Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Today is the Wednesday, December 16th, 2015 regular meeting of the Pickens County Commissioners. John, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda. Just note for the board, item number 7, an ordinance to approve Coal Creek Schumacher property acquisition. There will be a request to continue that item. However, I believe it was posted for public hearing, so you'll probably need to open that up.
Okay.
Are there any members of the public who would wish to make a comment at this time? You know the routine.
Okay, thanks so much, I appreciate that. Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I'd like to wish everyone happy holidays. And I'm here for two parts today. I'm going to make a public comment during the public comment period. And then the second part of what I'm going to talk about is during the supplemental budget appropriations. And both of my comments have to do with the airport, with the secured boarding area. Since I spoke with you last, it has become known to me that the sterile boarding area expansion is in two phases. The expansion that you're working on right now is not going to take effect until January 17th. So what I'm going to talk about now during the public comment is the existing secured boarding area. As you know, John Kinney, when he came forward to you, he said that the number was dropped from 316 to 240. That's about 2.5 flights. Since that time, the fire marshal has taken a look at the square footage that was given to the county commissioners, and it's been concluded that those numbers were wrong because it was added into it that the gift shop, the TSA, and a holding area were included in that square footage, but that's not part of the secured boarding area. That's part of the TSA, and it's part of the gift shop, and a part of the holding area. I don't know at this point right now what the new max occupancy number is in the secured boarding area, but obviously it's going to be right around 240 or lower, which is 2.5 flights. And then keep in mind, from that 240 you have to subtract one flight, which is 70 passengers. So if a flight comes in unexpectedly and the planes that you're thinking are leaving are not here yet, you have the ability to keep passengers moving through. So right now our existing sterile boarding area has a capacity, let's go high, 2 flights, 2.5 flights. Starting tomorrow, December 17th, between the hours of 5 and 7, there are 9 flights that are scheduled to leave. That's 630 passengers. The sterile boarding area, 200 passengers. My question is, how are we going to effectively, and I'm here in the spirit of strategic plan where the county commissioners, you collaborate with the public on certain projects. So what I anticipate happening is that you could have very well a couple hundred people miss their flights tomorrow, because not that if they could get through the sterile boarding process, the checkpoint, there's no place for them to wait. So you're going to have 200 people who are waiting for 2.5 flights. You're going to have 4 to 5 flights on the other side of security. Security can only process 100 passengers per hour with one line open. But let's say they could get everybody through in time. We don't have a large enough sterile boarding area. And there's 14 minutes difference between the 5 and 6 hour, and 6 and 7, or 3 and 4, but that 2-hour time frame. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention, and as you know, I've tried to bring it forward before, but now with the fire marshal, the numbers are actually going to drop down further. So now we have less capacity in there. So I just wanted to bring that forward. And then a question that has been asked of me is, if people miss their flights because they can't get through security because there's not enough room in the sterile boarding area, whose liability is that? Is that the county's liability, or is that the airline's liability? Especially when people miss their flights and they want to be reimbursed. So, and then I'll save the rest of my comments for when you have the public hearing on the supplemental.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Tony.
thank you so much.
Are there any other members of the public who would wish to comment at this time? Seeing none, are there any commissioner comments?
Yes,
Patty?
this is our last regular meeting before the holiday. We do have a work session on Tuesday, so I wanted to wish the community a happy holiday and a wonderful, healthy, happy new year. And I also want to remind people again, public safety issue, the roads are snowpacked and slippery. The crosswalks are scary, so please, drivers and pedestrians, take your time, pay attention. I had to cross the intersection right out here 3 times yesterday evening, back and forth, and it was pretty
Slick.
It was pretty scary, standing on the berm in the middle while the cars are whipping by because nobody's stopping at the intersection. So please, everyone, slow down. Please enjoy the holidays. Town is beautiful. We've been blessed with an amazing amount of snow. We have more snow coming, so enjoy. Thank you, Steve.
Rachel?
Yeah, I too would like to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, all the different events that come around this time of year. But perhaps also to remind the public that although it's this evening, I don't know if you'll see it on live broadcast, there is the Bureau of Land Management hearing on the Thompson Divide issues in Carbondale tonight from 4 to 7 p.m. And it's at the high school in Carbondale. So if anyone has an opportunity to attend that and to express further our community support for Alternative A, which would cancel the leases, and, sorry about that, Alternative 4, that would, there is no A, there's no B's, that would cancel the leases in our area, that'd be great. But also, if you can't make the meeting, public comments are welcome, and an individualized comment can be as short as 2 sentences, and it's going to count, as opposed to form letters, which they tend to not count so much. So if you do get a form letter by email, be sure to add a personal note to it as well. Thank you.
And I want to just add, I want to thank Rachel for making the adventure yesterday to Quebec to go to the public comment meeting that was held for the Thompson Divide in Quebec. And it's my understanding that, Rachel, you were the only public that was there to comment because of a boycott that was issued for people who were not in favor of the direction that this is moving. So
Yeah.
Rachel was a brave soul and spoke up.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for that.
Easy enough.
One thing I would like to caution people about: when you are driving this time of year, snow will pile up on people's headlights, or they won't clear their windows properly on their cars. Or on a warm day, oftentimes the snow will slide off of the roof and right over somebody's windshield. And I had one near miss when I was driving the Snowmass Village shuttle bus. I was going up Snowmelt Road, somebody else was coming down, and they had all the snow piled on their windshield and they could not see anything. And I was in a place I could just drive the bus right into one of the parking lots and avoid getting hit by this car. And it happened so quickly. So if people are aware of that and remove the snow from their car before they start driving,
Yeah.
that will make it safer for everybody.
That's especially true when it hides your brake lights and people behind you don't see that you're braking.
Yeah.
So, very
Clear 'em
good.
off. Just takes a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Moving on to consent items. Now we have 2 consent items: approval of minutes of the December 2nd regular meeting, December 1st work session, and December 8th special meeting, and also a resolution approving the amendment and restatement of the Pickens County Public Employees Retirement Plan.
I would like to pull item number 2 for just a comment or two since I missed it yesterday.
Okay.
Move to approve item number 1, minutes. Second.
Okay.
You didn't second it?
Michael seconded.
Did you second it? Okay. It's moved and seconded to approve those minutes, and I note that Rachel and I were not there at the December 2nd regular meeting. Nor were we there at the December 1st work session.
I think we can vote if the others who were there are not
Yeah,
changing.
but on the minutes of the December 1st work session, it has us being, Rachel and me being present, and we should be noted as absent on that. So that would just be a correction to that.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Okay.
Tom's here.
Yeah, I appreciate you being here, Tom, and as others have alluded to, I had to leave a little early yesterday to go to that Quebec meeting. And I read through this in our work session packet, and I'm in agreement with the terms and changes and the updates that have been made. The only thing I kind of felt lacking in it was a broader statement that it is a goal of Pickens County that our employees are encouraged to adequately save for their retirement. And this talks a lot about how we, contribute and how the pools are chosen and when you qualify and all sorts of things. But it doesn't state a kind of broader goal to me of what we hope to do. And this has become apparent, we're not in the Social Security system. And so whatever is set aside for people who've been long-term employees, that's kind of it, and how well they manage it. And so sometimes it's very common, as I've read in the investment world and savings and retirement, that people will just assume that whatever their employer is putting aside or says, hey, I'll match you 3% if you put it in your 457, that people think, oh, 3%'s enough. I should be saving that. And I would like us in our next year's budget and discussions to look for ways in which we can incentivize people further to increase their savings rate, their voluntary savings rate that is tax deferred and goes towards their retirement and assist them later. Because otherwise you get into a dilemma where you have employees that have been there, pretty healthy time period, 20, 25 years, but they start thinking, if I leave and go start working on the Social Security side of things, I'll have 2 checks. And, you just don't want to lose people when they're that seasoned, and you don't want them, as I would say many people do, start waking up around 55, saying, did I really save enough? Have I really put enough aside? And so, it has struck me, I've mentioned it in other arenas as well, that we don't have a place where we can have a larger employee group meeting. We have small meetings sometimes at Public Works in the garage, when the core people are here to explain it and things. And I'd love to see us work with the city and rent the Wheeler Opera House for afternoon meeting, and really have someone with CORE go over the tools that they have in the investment portfolio and how you can work it and manage it yourself, or how you can invest in their already fixed programs and things like that. So for me, I just wanted to take this a little further and think about how do we really not just manage it as a program and we're abiding by all the rules and laws, but how do we take it further to assist our employees to ensure a healthy and secure retirement. So that would be the goal that I would have to add to the statement somewhere, but I don't know if there's an easy place to amend it or if it's something we stick in later.
Yeah, and Rich, I appreciate those comments. I don't know in our plan restatement if that's the place to do it, so much as I think, as you suggested, really looking at what opportunities we have through the budget process and to provide those incentives, because this is separate from that
Sure.
457 plan and those opportunities. But I think what I hear you saying is that you'd like to see some options for the board to consider about how we can incentivize that and help our employees prepare better. And I think that's something we can commit to bring back to you.
That would be great. Just more
Yeah.
involvement in your own retirement, because I really just don't think it's something, especially in younger years, people seem to be facing enough bills and repayment and things like that. And there are a few programs out there that actually give you some tax credits for lower income workers who are saving more. And so I'd like to make sure we're taking full advantage of those for our people. Thank you.
Yeah, one idea we've had is the 457 plan, as you mentioned, is a separate plan from the county's plan that allows for voluntary contributions from employees. They aren't required to. And so currently you have to take some action in order to sign up for that plan. And some employers, we understand, automatically sign people up for that plan unless
They opt out.
they opt out. So that is something we could do, for new employees, is change it so that we automatically sign them up at a certain level. And, being out of Social Security, when they come to work here, basically they aren't having that 6% plus deduction. And so it might make sense to target something at that level as kind of the automatic contribution, into the supplemental plan.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. I know it takes some issues to work it into our budget, but also potentially matching incentives or things like that. So we'll talk about that next year.
Okay?
Thank you.
So that brings up a question in my mind, Tom. I was just assuming, reading through all this, it applies to the 401 plan,
Yes.
which is the county's contribution. But do any of the aspects of this apply to the 457 plan, the voluntary one? Like, for instance, the allowing rollovers from other plans, distributions from the plan, that sort of thing. Would that also apply to the 457?
This document doesn't, and what we do here, it's a separate plan, but the 457 plan does allow rollovers. So actually, right now, some people who have terminated their employment here, where we required a distribution or a rollover, have rolled over the county retirement plan assets into the Colorado County Officials and Employees Retirement Association, COERA, this 457 plan to consolidate all their assets. And so now we'd be allowing them to keep all their assets here rather than forcing them to have to do that or find some other place. But yeah, a lot of the provisions that we are adopting are already in the 457 plan, but
Okay.
it's separate.
All right, thank you.
I would make a motion to approve the resolution approving the amendment and restatement of the Pickens County Public Employees Retirement Plan.
I will second. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the restatement of the retirement plan. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye? Okay,
Correct, thank you.
good job, Tom, thank you. Next, individual consideration items. These are first readings, which will be set for public hearing on January 13th. The first is an ordinance prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises and the public consumption of marijuana for the duration of the 2016 X Games.
Good afternoon. I'm Alex Burchett. I'm the Director of Operations for the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. I was asked by the Undersheriff, Ron Ryan, to come and answer questions or speak about this ordinance that we adopt annually for the X Games.
So, I mean, this ordinance is just stating something that is in existence already, isn't that correct? In terms of just general consumption in public places.
I believe so. Or not exactly. It's actually open containers in a vehicle are prohibited, but open containers in public places, John, are not prohibited.
And I know we've sort of had this discussion every year about during the X Games, but it's kind of an educational piece almost. Just reiterating that we are enforcing this ordinance.
Absolutely.
And really are on the lookout and aware during this time when there are so many people in such a small space. And
I agree.
it's kind of conducive to problems if somebody does get high on drugs or alcohol.
Absolutely. I think this allows us to not only enforce this, but it allows us to educate the public. A lot of the people that come to X Games are visitors from out of the valley, out of the state sometimes, and they may not be aware of what the local laws are and what the restrictions are about bringing alcohol and marijuana onto the venue of the X Games. Some of the issues that we've had in the past with the Brush Creek Intercept Law in particular, I think this has been an annual adoption since 2008, and my understanding is that prior to that time, the Intercept Lot was akin to a tailgating party, where this allows us to proactively enforce this and mitigate that introduction of substances, be it alcohol or marijuana, into the venue at Buttermilk. So it's just another tool in our basket to make it a safer event for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And we thank you for bringing it forward.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion motion to approve an ordinance of the Board of County Commissioners prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises and prohibiting the public consumption of marijuana for the duration of the 2016 X Games.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this ordinance. Any further discussion?
And I believe it's set for public hearing on January 13th.
Yes.
Ms. Alex?
Thank you.
January 13th.
Thanks.
Okay, thank
Thanks
you.
so much.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have to make it official. Next is a resolution amending, let's see, a resolution amending the 2014 IGA with Eagle County about public assistance services.
Good afternoon, long title, thanks. Thank you for hearing
So,
this.
Mitzi, introduce yourself.
Yes, so I'm Mitzi Lettingham with Health and Human Services for Pickens County. And what I'm bringing forward today is a process whereby we would like to continue our very successful IGA providing economic services by adding on an amendment to the resolution and to the original agreement, which was a 3-year agreement that was signed in originally 2007, and then it was continued again for 3 additional years, and then in 2014 the team decided that we would go to year-to-year agreements that would be continued with agreement on all parties. What has happened now, though, is that we have selected a different method by which payment will occur in this IGA. So essentially for the public assistance services, Pickens County is buying the service from Eagle County. So the Eagle County staff, it's Eagle County staff that actually come to our office in Aspen Tuesdays and Thursdays, and to the office in Elgeville Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And they will, Eagle and Pickens County residents are seen equally. But we entered into this, as you all might recall, way back when, prior to the recession, we had had a 3/4 person providing these services. We had less than 200 cases per year. And at that time, it was a great idea to partner with Eagle. They have a very large department, very deep bench and knowledge, particularly in relation to oversight of the programs, auditing, etc. It really makes sense to have a larger team. So what's changed now is the funding formula. Instead of calculating the real cost every month that it takes Eagle to come to Pickens to provide all these services, we've put forward that we would like to just have it be a 1/12 cost. Like we would simply calculate an average, and then every month have it be the same amount that would be invoiced to us. So in view of that, and also in view of the fact that costs have risen and are likely to go up every year at this point in time with the dramatic increase in cases that we serve, we need amendments for this. So this first amendment that is attachment B was drafted by Eagle County, vetted by their attorneys, and is coming to you all first for approval and movement. So this is a first reading. We do have 2 readings for this. Eagle County only has 1. So that's why I'm coming forward now. Just to add on this, no other changes. We're just adding this amendment in terms of changing the calculating costs. All the services remain the same. And both counties are very happy with our arrangement. It's been working very well for us. Also attachment C is the original agreement that was the 2014. But every year we do get together and we project the costs. So we, as mentioned, we do look at the budget in July, and at that point make the determination for the monthly calculation.
Let's see if,
Yes.
if there is an overpayment or an underpayment over the course of the year, how is that dealt with at the end of the year?
Well, actually, since we're actually deciding in July to take that cost for that month and just have that be the set amount of the agreement. So we won't have an overage or underage. We're just going to operate within that. So, yeah, we haven't really discussed that contingency.
Yeah, it seems like if you get to the end of the year and their actual
Yeah,
costs
if it's way off,
might be different than, and I realize if we underpaid a little, then the next year it would be undoubtedly a higher level of the monthly payment would
it's
make
a
up for that.
good point. But we haven't, yeah, I'm not sure about the contingency for that.
Rachel?
Well, I would imagine that part of coming towards this new sort of arrangement has been an acknowledgement about how much time and paperwork it is to do a monthly calculation.
That's exactly
And
right.
so, you know, if they're looking at, well, it may be a net savings in the end because of the hours spent trying to do an accrual basis or accounting of it each month. But I think you raise a good point, and, you know,
Yeah,
Eagle
it is.
County's a great partner with us, and I'm sure they're not going to stand to lose much for a long period of time before they'd want to renegotiate, or they would not want to take advantage of us. So as long as we're both tracking it, and John and you and our finance department is comfortable with that arrangement, I can support that change.
So it's my understanding, one of the concerns that I think Michael voiced was the dates which are now included in here, the year-end.
That was for Kim's agreement.
Oh, that was for the other one. But I know
Yeah,
that
which
this
was the
is-
IGA for child
it's only
welfare.
running for 1 year now.
Right. And actually, the interesting thing, and I know Kim's agreement, second reading, has been postponed.
Because Eagle County hadn't.
The attorneys have still not completely finished their review. But the good thing that we're moving towards is now both agreements are going to be on year to year. So with a very similar view. And quite frankly, staff has been discussing the possibility of having one IGA.
For both services.
Yes.
The other question
we're
I
not
have
there
is,
yet.
do we need to approve separately, even though attachment B is the amendment to the IGA? But there's two documents, a resolution and a first amendment. So we can just approve
That I
one?
don't know. I don't know.
The resolution first amendment.
Yeah, it does. So we can just
What
approve
you're approving is the resolution which
Resolution.
authorizes
Right.
the
the
execution
amendment
of
to the IGA.
The
And the
amendment,
other
correct.
attachment is just the amended IGA itself.
Right, I just gave you, yes, so that you
Wanna
could
make sure
see
we
the
got it all.
reso, the First Amendment, and then the original
Want
agreement
to
that
make sure we
it's
got
amending.
all the documents covered.
Thank you.
Nancy.
Perfect.
So would you like a motion?
Yes, please.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution, the Board of County Commissioners amending a resolution number 090-2013, amending the 2014 intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for the provision of public assistance services for 2016.
Thank you very much. Yes, and thanks to Jeanette for helping with that title.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Great. Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Have a good
Okay. Thank you, Mitzi. That is a mouthful.
Yeah.
Okay, next, we're moving on to second readings on individual items. The first is a resolution approving supplemental appropriations for September through December.
That's easier to say.
Yes, thank you.
I brought this last time, but since then, I don't know if you noticed, there was a change in that supplemental that was approved in July was accidentally left off of this, which increases it by $20,000. Also, on the spreadsheet that shows the changes in budgetary fund balance, there was a change of $30,000 moved to the general fund because I was confused between Health and Human Services and Human Services. One is in general fund, one is not. So it's been corrected, and this is hopefully the final. You will approve it.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Okay, Patty?
Does that affect the first or second readings, John Peacock or John Ely, if we had an amendment change to the...
It's not substantial enough to do a
I
third
just want to
reading.
make sure. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public who would wish to comment about this item? Tony?
Okay. Shall I just bring this chair up?
Yeah, come up by the microphone there.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Susan. How are you? Good. Hi, for the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and the items that I would like to address in the supplemental budget request has to do with the airport expansion into the new phase of it. And this is the first public hearing on this expenditure, but the construction has already started on it. So with that being said, I would like to request the county commissioners to please rethink this expansion and to expand it even further. The reason being is the fire marshal has determined that the 2 max occupancy numbers that they're going to be coming up with are specific to each room. So your existing sterile boarding area is going to contain 200, possibly, say approximately 200. And then the expansion, we're not quite sure how many people that's going to hold. And the reason being is the square footage that was submitted is inaccurate because it included things like the gift shop, the area where people come off the plane, and then they're going to go into that new hallway, that is going to be subtracted out of the equation. Anything that's not part of the sterile boarding area is going to be pulled back out of those numbers. The other interesting thing is the sterile boarding area is going to encroach onto the restaurant area. The restaurant area is a leased area. Right now, the square footage in there is 7 square feet per restaurant patron. With the new sterile boarding area calculations, it's going to go to 15 square feet. So right now, the restaurant's leased spaced area is going to be cut in half. So the numbers just aren't quite adding up, and it's happened because it's been, it's a process, and that's why I'm asking if you could take a look, because I really firmly believe that we need to go further than what's happening right now. Then the other thing is, I liken this to trying to catch an elephant with a mouse trap, and that's what we're trying to do. And as a member of the flying public, and having lived here for 40 years, I don't think it's fair to the public to say, arrive 2 hours early, but we don't have enough space to hold you, so there's a very high likelihood that you're going to miss your flight. All these people who have worked hard all this winter to go home to visit their families, they're going to be stranded outside the sterile boarding area. That's the existing one. And the planned one, we're going to be lucky if we're going to come out with the same max occupancy number that we had last year, which was 316, which was wrong on the wall. And John Kinney saw that, dropped it down. We dropped it down to 240, and it was still tight. And now we're going to come up with almost exactly the same amount. The recommendations that I have is the area between the existing sterile boarding area and the new sterile boarding area, you're putting in that gate so you can shut it off, sends a mixed message to the public. Why are we going to build a $110 million new terminal if we don't really need it? You're telling the public that we've got secure...
Okay, Tony, you're kind of getting off the subject of this budget.
So that's one of the budget things, is that approval for that gate coming down, that I don't see why we need that, because we're going to need both areas, it sounds like, the whole time of the year. And then the second one is the entryway that's going out to the new machine to screen people to go back and forth. If you do determine, if you take a look at the numbers, that you're going to need to expand the sterile boarding area, that is an unnecessary expense. So those 2 budget items, I think, should be taken a look at. And, we can't do anything about, with the exception of buses this year, but that's already been decided by the county, that you're not going to expand the sterile boarding area into buses. And that would be the solution for this winter.
Okay,
December
Tony,
17th.
thanks for your comments, and we're aware of...
It's a tough
your
situation.
We're
It's a
aware
really
of
tough
your
situation.
concerns, Tony, and the airport management staff is aware.
I know
This is
that-
our first step. We approve this. It's being constructed.
I understand
So
that.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
I just want to make a comment that the construction is underway, and we're doing it with as least amount of impact to the public as possible by having construction done at night. It's aesthetically not pleasing right now, but it's moving forward with an expected finish date of middle of January.
January 17th.
But the new glass door that we have to have for TSA requirements will be here sometime shortly thereafter. But we had to move forward with some changes this year, so we had to do it really in an expedited manner. So Tony, we appreciate your comments, but we needed to move forward on this to accommodate as best we can those flight numbers, rather than leave it alone and do nothing, which would have not been a good case scenario. So, thank you, and I want to move forward.
Michael?
John, can I ask you a question? Ms. Kronberg suggests that we're going to have 200 people missing flights at the airport. Is that your understanding also?
No, it is not our understanding. We are aware, and Tony is correct, that we are going to have significant pinch points, and we will continue to work with our sterile boarding area and line management to try and ensure as best we can that nobody does miss flights or other factors that go into that, including weather and such. But we are working to manage that. We're going to have some difficult time periods, though, to manage those flights and get people on.
Well, it's always difficult, isn't it?
This is not a new problem for us, yeah.
Okay, so I want to add to that, because Michael's right, and we're going to try to process with the call system, just as when you board and they say boarding group 1, 2, 3, or 4, so we can hopefully have a better flow of people coming and going. Again, to the flying public, we're doing the best that we can in a really, really restricted area with federal requirements that come down and hit us. There's only so much we can do till we get that new facility.
Okay. I'd accept a motion on the supplemental request.
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve this supplemental budget request. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Next, we have a resolution approving Pitt County Emergency Operations Plan update.
I'm Valerie McDonald, the Pitt County Emergency Manager, and I'm back today with an update of our county emergency operation plan. The state requires us to have a current written document of our plan. It was last adopted in March of 2012. So this new plan better reflects the capabilities we've developed in the last couple of years. Basically what it is our EOP describes the structure and guidelines for how we would deal with a major disaster emergency in the county. We're really fortunate here. On a day-to-day basis, our operations people or our first responders handle what comes our way in a very efficient, capable manner. There were just 3 of them in here right now, a minute ago. So this plan deals with how we would switch quickly from how we serve our citizens on a daily basis to full-on emergency response. It's a 100-page plan, and there's over 100 pages of FEMA guidance to write this plan. So I just pulled out a couple key points. I'm going to talk for about 1 minute, and then if you have questions or comments, I'd be happy to take those. But to me, the most significant items are, in the last 2 years, we've developed a Type 4 incident management team. It's a multi-jurisdictional team. You just saw the 3, Aspen Amby, Aspen Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, all public safety agencies between here and Carbondale are represented on that team. These are command and general staff people, and they would manage on-scene incident. They would direct on-scene incident management. And we're the only county in our region, which is 10 counties, that has a Type 4 incident management team. Counties our size don't usually have these teams. It's a higher level of experience. It's a higher level of experience and training. And we use this team, like right now, everyone's, we've been gearing up for X Games for quite a while now. That team will be in charge of the incident management on that. The other noteworthy item is under emergency management, which is where I operate. We've developed 15 multi-jurisdictional, again, emergency support function teams. And as the name implies, our job is to support the incident management team. when there's a major incident and they need support. The emergency operation plan describes what those 15 functions are and what they're responsible for. I'm going to take just a minute to read them. They're transportation, communication, public works, fire, emergency management, health and human services, logistics, public health, search and rescue, hazmat, animal services, utilities, law, community recovery, and public information. So essentially, any support to help deal with an emergency can be provided from these teams. Just to give you an idea of the magnitude, each of the 15 teams has a lead and a second lead, and each team has 10 to 20 people on it. So we've got well over 200 people who are actively engaged in this effort. And again, it's multi-jurisdictional. Most of these people are civilians, meaning they're not operations or response people. We're taking subject experts and putting them in these positions. We've never organized this group before. So what makes it meaningful is before we have an incident, we have over 200 people that know they have a role, they know what it is, and they can help respond. So it's noteworthy. These groups have over 500 hours of training in the last 2 years. And in the Front Range, they've developed these teams, but in areas our sizes, we've probably got an as developed team as Boulder, Colorado does. Fortunately, we don't have all the hands-on experience they do because we haven't had
Yeah, we'll pass on that.
the major fires and
Floods
the fires and floods. So, but the reason we do this, we spend an awful lot of time planning for things we hope don't happen here. And historically, we've been pretty fortunate. I feel we're on borrowed time, but emergency managers are programmed to think that way. But there's studies. There's a lot of studies that say a lot of great things. But I mean, there's actual real results. The communities that had the structure in place, had their incident management team, had their emergency support function teams, they responded and recovered much better than counties that didn't have it. And these structures, the incident management team and the emergency support function, 15 teams, this is a structure that's used across the country. So when we went to Boulder or the Front Range to aid with the floods, they just tell us what position to go sit in. I can go there, and the 35 other people that went from Pickens County go to that seat, and they know what their job is. And the incident management team operates in the same way. They can help us, we can help them. This plan that's before you has already been approved by the state. It's also been approved by the Public Safety Council. Both of these teams, the incident management team and the emergency support function teams, have the full support of the Pickens County Public Safety Council. So I'll wrap with that. I could go on for a long time, but I'll just open it up to comments and questions.
Well, I want to, of course, thank you. You do an amazing job, and you do an amazing job with a job that's not always easy to do. There's a lot of regulations that you have to be followed in to try and do that in a rural, remote resort area is difficult. But I have to make a comment. My father-in-law, Willard Clapper Sr., many, many, many years ago, was the first to start mutual aid agreements in the valley. And I know that Willard, Dad would be very proud of this document that shows what mutual aid, what heights it can go to as far as coordinating first response for the public and the visitors, the locals, everybody in this valley. So I know my father-in-law would be proud of you, so thank you for doing this.
Also, something like this is really important to figure out ahead of time and practice. If there is an emergency, we don't know what the emergency is going to be, but if you practice for certain types of emergencies and think who's going to do which jobs, then you don't have to be figuring it all out when the emergency actually happens. And that's been shown over and over, where a rapid response on something that's done professionally and with having been thought through ahead of time, can prevent a much bigger disaster from happening. So we really appreciate the efforts you've put into this.
We can't plan for every crazy thing that might happen, but as you just said, having the structure in place will improve our response.
So I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution of the Board of County Commissioners repealing resolution number 032, I'm doing lots of repealing of 032, 2012 Emergency Operations Plan and adopting an updated Pickens County Emergency Operations Plan. Thank you.
Second?
And this is a public
Thanks, Ed.
hearing. Is there any members of the audience who would wish to comment on this at this time? Okay, seeing none. Any further board discussion? All in favor of approval, say aye.
Aye. Thanks, Valerie.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have an ordinance approving the Coal Creek Schumacher property acquisition.
Well, thank you, Steve. And based on our consultations...
Dale, introduce yourself. We know who you are.
Dale Will, Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails. I'm joined by Matt Adeletti, the Acquisition Manager for Open Space and Trails. And yesterday we had a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board and had a long discussion about the status of this project and essentially made a determination to table this today. I just talked to the seller just like 10 minutes ago. I stepped out and the broker for the seller said they are going to sign the extension that we've requested to give us more time to digest the communications we've had regarding some of the details with this project.
Okay, Patty?
We need to go to a date certain?
Yes,
What are we going for?
that's what I'm going to look at right now.
Well, we
January
suggested to the seller that our next commissioner meeting, I think, is January 13th, and we're
Yes.
going to bump up.
I think we have to sit.
Oh, no, our regular meetings are the second and fourth Wednesday, so that would be the 13th and the 27th of January.
13th and 27th.
Yeah.
What are the dates?
In the contract extension we sent them yesterday, we put January 13th for our second reading deadline.
So would you like a motion to continue to a date certain of January 13th? So moved.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anyone here in the audience wish to comment about the Schumacher property acquisition? Okay, seeing none, any further board discussion? All in favor of continuing to January 13th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a resolution approving an IGA with Eagle County for child welfare and adult protection services. And
So
Do we
this
have-
item, actually, we are going to request to be continued. That should have,
It is on the calendar.
it shows it asking to be continued.
yeah, continued to January 13th as review is still pending,
Okay.
particularly by Eagle County.
I would move to continue to January 13th, the resolution approving an IGA with Eagle County for child welfare and adult protection services.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anyone in the audience wish to comment on this item? Seeing none, any further discussion? George?
I actually never got this in my packet. Did you get it?
It was just continued in our packet. We
No, I
didn't-
haven't got it on my agenda.
It wasn't mine.
So there was,
It's on the agenda.
yeah,
Not on my agenda.
it was supposed to be pulled, but it was approved on first reading for second reading, and so there may have been confusion, George. I don't know why it wasn't on your packet. There would not have been any materials because we didn't have a IGA to review that had been approved by both bodies.
Sometimes the packet that, sometimes it changes. It gets modified and you don't realize it's been modified.
One of the things we've been reviewing, we have about a 200-step process, literally, to develop these agenda packets, and we are doing 6 different variations for 5 different board members on the electronic outputs, literally. And so I think what's happening, that's where you're seeing inconsistencies. The way we are doing the output for George is different, Michael, than the way we're doing it for you, and that's something that we have a team working on through IT right now.
How large is the team? Just kidding.
Yeah, it's going to be all of us, I suspect.
So I get mine on, I get a notice typically from Charlotte or maybe one of, like Open Space and Trails, and then I'll go to the website, take it off the website. And sometimes that changes after it's been posted. But that doesn't seem, I guess the end result is not complicated, but the process is complicated.
Yeah, and actually, not everyone's getting it the same way you are. That's the complicated part.
Yeah, what I'm saying is I get on the website, so how could I be unique?
Well, what I'm saying is that we have different ways that we are preparing the packet and delivering the packet for board members. And that's why sometimes it doesn't always track. And so, for example, whether it's on Google Drive, the web page, printed, Dropbox, we have a lot of different delivery methods now, yeah.
I read that Dropbox is going to go out of business soon, so they're closing.
Well, there'll be one less way then.
So I often will go on the website. If I haven't picked up the paper packet over the weekend, I'll read stuff over the weekend off of the website. So I use that quite a bit myself.
Yeah, this is an item we'll be bringing back to you, but we might be getting off the topic at hand.
Yeah. This is a public hearing. Does anyone in the audience wish to comment about the Child Welfare and Adult Protection Services IGA? Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion from the board to continue to January 13th.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to continue this resolution approving the IGA till January 13th. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 100%. And the last second reading is an ordinance authorizing the chair to execute an amended and restated agreement for grant and acceptance of trail easement with Aspen Valley Ranch AH LLC. And John, you're gonna discuss this, and then Brooke and Brooke, if you, I don't know, if you could sit up at the table, or if you could sit back there if you want.
All right, Commission, what we have in front of us is a continued second reading for an amendment to a trail access easement granted by, or to be granted by Aspen Valley Ranch for the benefit of the public and held by the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. The original trail easement that this additional grant would amend was conveyed to the county as a result of a settlement agreement back in February of 2011. That resolved a lawsuit between Aspen Valley Ranch and Pitkin County regarding the existence of a road, I guess loosely described as through the center of the ranch property. The original trail provided for access from the public road, the county road, which is River Road, up into the lower vicinity of Red Canyon itself as a physical destination. Red Canyon empties onto the top end of Aspen Valley Ranch and extends upward to essentially the area that could be accessed to Kobe Park and beyond. As a result of development approvals granted by the county in 2014, there was a request for an amendment of the alignment of the previously granted trail, and that was acceptable to the BOCC. and it would provide for a different alignment that would be more in keeping with recommendations from Colorado Parks and Wildlife Department Division, and also grant an additional recognized trail segment for physically challenged individuals. It was left to the parties through their representatives to negotiate the terms of this amended trail easement. The substance of that trail easement was offered to the BOCC back in October 14th of this year. The offered language was acceptable to myself and to representatives of Aspen Valley Ranch, but the BOCC amended it slightly. In paragraph 19, numbered 19 of the offered easement, the board excised one particular sentence, and that sentence reads, individuals who satisfy the above definition of physically challenged and who wish to utilize the physically challenged trail segment must first obtain a permit to do so from Open Space and Trails Board prior to the use of the physically challenged trail segment. That particular sentence being deleted, the BOCC accepted on first reading the language of the trail easement. The discussion that the board had at that time was that additional requirements or burdens placed on individuals who were physically challenged, in addition to those burdens they already have, would be inappropriate, and that language should be stricken. The representatives of Aspen Valley Ranch are here today to discuss in particular the deletion of that sentence. Their preferred language associated with the grant of the amended trail easement would leave that sentence in the grant of trail easement.
Okay. Glenn, do you want to introduce yourself and then speak to this?
All right, thank you. My name is Glenn Horn, for the record, and I represent the Suki family, the owners of Aspen Valley Ranch. I'm also here representing Aspen Valley Ranch, who was the applicant in this land use application, are Brooke Peterson and Dave Myler. Now, Tom Newland and Dave were responsible for negotiating the trail easement agreement with John, and they're more familiar with that than I am and can speak to the different steps of the negotiation. Tom's a little delayed being here. I think he'll be here very soon, I hope. So at the first reading of the ordinance, as John explained, there was a sentence removed from the easement agreement regarding the use of the physically challenged trail that had to do with the permitting and monitoring for physically challenged users of the trail and how that would be done. The language said use of this easement for access by the physically challenged individual will be managed by the Pitt County Open Space and Trails Board. So the sentence that was removed, as John said, reads, individuals who satisfy the above definition of physically challenged and who wish to utilize the easement agreement must first obtain a permit to do so from Open Space and Trails Board prior to use of the easement. So the owners of the ranch, the Suki family, the applicant, were disappointed that the board removed this permitting requirement at first reading. The action occurred about a year and a half after we reached agreement regarding the land use issues associated with Aspen Valley Ranch. The hearing actually occurred, the last hearing, in June of 2014. And so the whole issue was kind of stale for us as the applicant and the representatives of the Suki family. So we went back and we looked at the DVD of what occurred at that meeting in June of 2014 so we could refresh our memories of what actually occurred there. I want to go through some of the discussions that took place in 2014 at that June hearing and review those with you. I want to discuss the trail, the commitments that were made by both the applicant and the board at the 2014 hearing. I want to express some of the concerns that the Suki family have regarding the use of the physically challenged trail and the permitting, and would like to propose finally that the language be reinserted back into the ordinance for the easement. Now, before I get going, well, I'm all set up here. I'm going to use that. I've got a map here. Michael, you mentioned we ought to have a map so that we can refamiliarize you with what was going on. So I brought the map, and can everyone see it? I want to begin by reviewing it with you. And Patty, you know, everyone else on the board was at that hearing.
Right.
And so this might be informative for you to try to get back up to speed as to what's going on.
You do remember that I was on the board when this originally came to us, so I have some prior history, but I was not at the meeting in June.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a long history associated with Aspen Valley Ranch, so it does go back a ways. So here, this is in black, that's Upper River Road. And then you've got this in red, that's the main access to Aspen Valley Ranch. And it doubles as the physically challenged trail and the main access in. Back here is Red Canyon, that's the Work Cook property. Here's the Aspen Valley Downs Road. And in green, those are the irrigated hay fields at Aspen Valley Ranch. We've got Dry Woody Creek that runs through the center. That goes back through what is the agricultural facilities parcel in yellow. And then it splits, Dry Woody Creek splits, with Red Canyon Creek going up this way and Dry Woody Creek going in the other direction. So they join right at the Work Cook parcel. That's Dry Woody Creek and Red Canyon Creek. Some of the other land uses that you need to be aware of are, we've got in gray, this is Homestead 1, and that's right at the entrance, that's the location of the hay barn, the equipment barn, the ranch manager's house, and a caretaker dwelling unit, all on Homestead 1. There's a second hub of agricultural activity that's in this gray area here. This is the equestrian area. There is a horse barn here, riding ring, and then in yellow is where the historic structures are, the potato cellar, the historic Borg barn, and the homestead for the entire ranch are shown on that yellow parcel. In purple, we have some of the houses that are either developed or that are being developed. I guess that's blue. Here you've got, this is where Kareem Suki's house is and where he's going to live. This is Lena and Anthony. They're going to live in this house, their sister and brother-in-law. Here's Tarek's house, Chris's house, and Sharif's house. And all of those houses, with the exception of Sharif's, are under construction at this time. And the house here on parcel 4 is already developed. We also have the ranch manager's house, caretaker dwelling unit, another ranch house right here where the homestead is. So there's a assortment of residential activities. You've also got agricultural activities that are split between this gray parcel here, the yellow parcel, this gray parcel, and then the fields. And right through the middle of it, we have this access road running and the physically challenged trail. I also want to point out the new trail in orange up here, which goes from over here by West Ranch, where the housing for the teachers is, up onto the hillside, all the way above the ranch to dropping down into Red Canyon. And the physical, that's the main trail. It's recently constructed, it's been completed. We're very proud of the way it looks. It's been looked at by the Open Space and Trails Board, and they're happy with the completion of that trail. It's going to be an excellent trail and a good experience for anyone who's destined for Red Canyon, whether they be Woody Creek residents or just residents of the county. So some key considerations regarding the trail easement are that it's a working ranch, and I described to you the land uses that are on the ranch, both agricultural and residential. And this is a unique situation in Picken County where you have a trail going through a ranch like this with all these different land uses, and the physically challenged trail shares the same right-of-way as the equipment associated with the agricultural operation, and also the trips associated with those residential uses. So with that as an introduction as to what's going on from a land use standpoint, I want to back up and talk about this 2014 land use review. As John mentioned, in 2011, the board and the prior owners of Aspen Valley Ranch settled a land use dispute. And as part of that settlement, the board approved a trail easement over the Aspen Valley Ranch access road, which linked Upper River Road to Red Canyon. So that's the red strip on there, and then it keeps going through here all the way into Red Canyon. When the Suki family acquired the ranch, they studied the settlement agreement. They were well aware of this trail easement, and they came to the planning team and Brooke and the representatives of the family and said, could you look at the possibility of trying to find some way to reroute the trail so that it works better for both the general public and also the Suki family, and avoided these conflicts. So during the pre-application conference and during the pre-application process, both with Open Space and Trails and the Community Development Department, we were advised, well, you better come up with a pretty substantial proposal if you want to make it attractive to Picken County and the board, because a lot was invested by the county in the development of the 2011 settlement agreement. So we took that to heart and put together a package that we would hope would be attractive both to the staff and the board as part of the 2014 land use process. And it was a negotiated process, and it was a package of improvements and commitments made by both the board and the applicant with regard to the trail and the entitlements on the ranch. And I want to just run through those with you. Let's see. Okay. So, this is a summary of this negotiated package of commitments made by both the applicant and the board. I've highlighted the applicant's commitments in red and the board's commitments in purple. First, with respect to Homestead 1, the applicant agreed to a significant reduction in floor area on this homestead, which is right here, and they reduced the floor area of the Free Market House from 13,250 to 5,750. This was part of a package of residential floor area reduction on the ranch of a total of about 15,000 square feet of floor area, free market residential floor area that was eliminated. The board agreed as part of this process on Homestead 1 to approve the relocation of 2 agricultural buildings, the main equipment building and the hay storage building, from the agricultural facilities parcel, which is shown here in yellow. And the reason why they were relocated was because of a debris flow hazard which came to light in the process. So there was concessions made on both sides in association with this parcel 1.
Glenn, was your word package used in these negotiations? Did we term it a package? Did the board term it a package?
Well, in watching the DVD, one of the things that came up when we were negotiating about the requests made by the applicant, at one point the applicant got a little frustrated about what was going on and said, maybe we should forget about what we're proposing and just go back to constructing the agricultural facilities here in yellow, where they would be subject to debris flow hazards. And I remember one board member at the time said, that's really not on the table, and that we've developed a package deal here in terms of what the commitments are on both sides. And that was one of the reasons we watched the DVD. So it wasn't really the terminology that we used, but a member of the board.
But the board as a whole didn't present it as a
No,
package?
no, it was one member of the board made that statement.
Use the word package?
Yes. But I think it is clear that this was, a settlement and an agreement reached as to what both sides would do on Aspen Valley Ranch. And that I'll keep going through that.
Thank you.
With respect to Homestead 9, which is up here on Dry Woody Creek, right here in green. This is Homestead 9. There was a large house approved there. The applicant committed to increasing the setback from the stream from 20 feet to 50 feet. This was a request made by a board member on a site visit, or suggestion. We came back and committed to that increase in the setback from 20 to 50 feet. With respect to parcels 1, 2, 3, and 4, in the prior review, the owner of Aspen Valley Ranch had sought and obtained approval to change the access road here, where it would divert off of this red access road through the pastures along Dry Woody Creek and into the main part of the ranch. So as part of this proposal made by the applicant in June, they committed to reclaim the entry road through the middle of the pasture, which was more consistent with the direction of the county code. It addressed and resolved visual concerns regarding a new road being constructed through the pasture from Highway 82. And then, with regard to the Work Cook parcel, the applicant made a very significant commitment as part of in the review process, and that was to file a covenant restricting the Work Cook parcel as open space. It eliminated a 8,250 square foot house, which was located in critical elk winter range and also in a geologic hazard area.
Where's the Work Cook parcel?
The Work Cook parcel is right here at the base of Red Canyon, and it is significant in that for the trail user, when they go through the ranch and they get to this point right here above the main hub of the ranch where the agricultural activities parcel is, from this point on, there's no development. And when they go through the Work Cook parcel, it's like the trail user is going to experience an open space experience without any residential uses around it. So it was good for the trail user. It was good for the county. It was good from the standpoint of the Division of Wildlife to get rid of that house. On the agricultural facilities parcel, the applicant restored the historic barn, which was not part of the prior approvals. That was one of the commitments made in the 2014 hearing. And as part of the approval process, the board approved additional floor area in the Borg barn that would be used for a locker room, 900 square feet of residential floor area, and the board also approved 3,250 square feet of residential floor area for a pool house. And in return for that, the applicant agreed to buy 2 TDRs. So that's kind of the background on the parcels other than the Red Canyon Trail. Now we get to the Red Canyon Trail. The applicant committed to and built a new trail above the ranch. And as I said before, the trail's really nice, and I think it will be well received by the public when it opens in the spring. The applicant agreed to shorten the winter closure dates. There was a closure date of beginning in November 1st for the trail. And in our meetings with Kevin Wright and the Parks and Wildlife Department, he said that that didn't really work at all because hunters need to access the Red Canyon during hunting season. So if it was closed on November 1st, as was agreed to in 2011, it just wouldn't work. So the applicant extended that date as part of the 2014 land use process. The applicant eliminated what I thought and what Kevin thought was a ridiculous requirement that hunters carry their rifles in cases when they go through the property. So that was removed. The applicant agreed to prohibit winter use of Red Canyon by Aspen Valley Ranch parcel owners, guests, and employees. And this was significant in that we didn't really want to privatize Red Canyon where it was only available in the wintertime to the people who lived on the ranch, and this was in the best interest of the wildlife. So that was a part of the approval. Then the applicant implemented a wildlife enhancement plan along the upper trail. It's in orange here, to enhance the habitat up there. That work has been done. The applicant built the Red Canyon Creek pedestrian bridge on the Workcook parcel to cross the creek. This was a specific request from the county staff, which was worked into the approvals. The applicant agreed to install substantial winter closure gates, which is what Kevin called them, so that there would be no one on this upper trail going to Red Canyon in the wintertime. And then finally, as part of the land use approval, the applicant and the board together agreed to prepare a permit and monitoring system and an easement in the easement agreement for the physically challenged trail. And the direction was given to the county attorney to work with the applicant to come back with this permit and monitoring system for the physically challenged trail. And for the past 14 or 15 months, John has worked with Dave and Tom Newland to go ahead and set and create that permit and monitoring system that was in the ordinance. So anyway, that kind of leads to our concern when the permit and monitoring system was removed at first reading. And the Suki family has some concerns regarding the safety for anyone walking on the trail, physically challenged people walking on the trail, given the land use activities which I've described and shown you on the map. As I said, there are spread out agricultural operations. You've got the agricultural facilities are split. There are 5 free market residences. We've got 2 ranch managers and a caretaker dwelling in it, so there will be some traffic on that road. The owner's insurance carrier has mentioned that this is a concern of theirs. We have discussed insurance in the past, but in revisiting this with the insurance carrier, it was brought up again. We're not aware of another trail in the county, a public trail that goes through private lands like this with this amount of activity taking place along the trail. So there is a valid safety concern. The applicant would like to install a phone at the gate so that when someone who has a permit and is physically challenged is passing through the ranch, they can notify the ranch manager that they're coming through. So, if there's any kind of activity taking place on the ranch at that time, it can be stopped. And this is just like a courtesy phone. I don't think it would be required, but it would be there so that people could pick up the phone and call. We think the permit system's a good idea. It makes it easier on the trail users, the residents of the ranch, and the staff. We don't want to have any type of a confrontational situation on the ranch. In fact, we were just saying that the people that live on the ranch, the people who work on the ranch, are proud of what's been done there with respect to the historic preservation. Michael, you referenced and brought up the idea that not everyone really will want to walk above the ranch, but it's like walking through history to go through the ranch and see the historical structures and the working operation that's there in Woody Creek. And so, we see it as kind of a neighborly thing that people, and we envision that people are going to use this ranch will probably get to be known on a first name basis when they're walking through on the trail, when they see different people that live there and work there, and we want it to be a cordial, a non-confrontational situation. And we think that the permit system that was envisioned will avoid those conflicts. So it's a pleasant situation rather than something that's uncomfortable. So as I said, our goal is to have a safe and pleasant trail experience. We think the new trail that's been developed is an excellent trail. People are going to like it. The county attorney, the applicant have worked through a easement agreement that was presented to you. We prepared a summary, a chronology of the discussions between John and the applicant, which we can distribute if you are interested in the different meetings and different negotiated points. We request that you insert the language back in. That language would be individuals who satisfy the above definition of physically challenged and who wish to utilize the easement must first obtain a permit to do so from Open Space and Trails prior to use of the easement. We think that the inclusion of the language is consistent with what was approved in June of 2014, and it's consistent with the direction that was provided to the applicant and the staff at that time. So with that, we'd ask that it be placed back into the easement agreement. Brooke, do you want to add anything to this, or Tom?
No, I just have some pictures of the new trails on Newland. If you'd like to see them, I could hand them out. George?
I got a couple of questions. When you say your last comment was that 2014 this was approved by whom?
Well,
I don't recall the voting on this, or coming before the board.
Well, in June of 2014, the board approved a land use resolution which amended the land use approvals for the Aspen Valley Ranch.
Okay. But this issue in terms of a permit was not included in that approval.
No, the direction was for the staff, the county, for the applicant to work with the county attorney to amend the easement agreement to make provisions for the physically challenged trail, as well as changes associated with the new trail. And that direction included a permitting system.
No, John, really, I mean, I recall that as these negotiations were going on, that at certain times you would update the board and ask the board for our input on whether we want to approve or not approve. And I thought that each time we had given you direction on some of these issues, and then you were to go back to the applicant and let them know the board's decision.
Right.
And so they were informed all the way along, not only this one issue with the permit, but there were several other issues that the applicant was asking for, requesting. You asked the board for our opinion or direction, we gave that to you, and you then provided that information back to the applicant. So they were well aware that these were outstanding issues that the board was not comfortable with.
There were many issues that were discussed back and forth between myself and Tom Newland and other representatives of Aspen Valley Ranch. And periodically, I did come back to the BOCC to confirm that my direction was the correct one. I eventually signed off on, for myself, which is not an action of the BOCC, the language that was offered to the board at first reading, which included this idea of a permit. It was scaled back considerably from what was originally offered or contemplated. The exercise of going through this permit system I thought was acceptable. However, as the board discussed the easement, the board determined otherwise at that time. So that's the language contained in what the board is willing to accept on second reading today. What else? The approvals that were done in 2014 by the BOCC, which involved not only the many things that Glenn went through, but involved the idea of relocating and rededicating a trail easement. provided for a vacation of the original easement and then a dedication of a new easement, and set that to a timeline based upon construction activity and occupancy of new structures out on the ranch. What the BOCC resolution provided for was, and I thought it was in the packet, it may very well be there, but after hearing John describe 6 different versions for 5 different commissioners, I didn't want to bother looking. So I have the resolution. It's pretty short, and I'll just read what it is. It's restriction or condition number 6 to resolution 69, 2014, which is referenced in the agenda item summary. It's pretty short. Prior to the issuance of the first CO for any buildings on Homestead 1, the applicant shall record an amendment to the 2011 easement and grant an acceptance agreement for a grant and acceptance of trail easement, and shall complete the construction of the trail to the satisfaction of open space and trails. The amended trail easement shall be in the form acceptable to the county attorney and shall be accepted by the VOCC by ordinance. The amendment to the trail easement shall include the new alignment of the trail, which is shown as an Exhibit B, which is consistent with the dialogue all along. The use of the existing alignment along Aspen Valley Ranch Road for physically challenged trail users. Winter closure of the trails December 1st through April 30, and this is all trails, to protect wildlife based upon recommendations from DOW, Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Recognition that the county will prepare, the Open Space and Trails Board will adopt a management plan, which has also been offered by the Aspen Valley Ranch and accepted through Open Space and Trails Board staff. And then eliminate the requirement for hunters to carry rifles in cases when crossing the property. So that was the guidance that was incorporated within that resolution back in 2014.
So the whole beginnings of these negotiations was because the applicant was trying to find a different way for public access that the county had the right to in the past. And so the idea was that the applicant would create another access trail, and then through that the county would vacate the county's rights historically how they would access Red Canyon.
Well, it actually goes all the way back to 2011 when there was actual litigation going on between the county and the previous owners of Aspen Valley Ranch regarding the assertion of the county of the continued existence of the road for the benefits of the general public, that the county had a right to maintain and to protect access to, which essentially did run through the center of the ranch. It would have gone in a rough alignment following Dry Woody up into the mouth of Red Canyon. In settlement of that litigation, there was the original grant of the trail easement, and that was consistent with a previous development approval. When the current owners acquired the ranch, they wanted to revisit the previous development approvals and make them consistent with their own needs. As part of that development review process, discussions of amending the previous trail easement were included. And that's exactly, as you described it, George, vacation of the original grant of easement and then the grant of this new easement or an amended trail easement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rachel?
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, John just brought up what I was going to bring up as well, and that is that when you listed your different commitments and obligations, you know, it seemed to have forgotten that the county in the 2011 agreement, or was it before then, the 2011, agreed to stop pursuing its RS 2477 road rights of way, which were straight through the center of that property. And that was a major compromise, because we wouldn't have had to deal with a permit system or guns or anything, you know, going along those lines. And it just didn't appear in what this board gave. And so I feel in many ways we have compromised and compromised and compromised. And I look at the language more, you know, we had things like trail easement subject to the attorney and the board's acceptance. And there was never a given that it has to be this way, that we'd make provisions for those things. And I guess what we struggle with, you may have watched that conversation when we struck that language recently, is, how do we tell? How do we become the arbiters? People individually claim their disability. Do we need to go to a doctor and have a doctor's note? Do we have to have someone open on Saturday and Sunday if someone decides at the last minute they'd like to walk this trail? So, that we would do a permit system is subject to our ability to think about how it is administered and how smoothly it goes forward. So there's issues on our side as well about trying to manage this, and I can see us being sued because we tell some person, oh, you don't really qualify for that permit, and you do, and then suddenly who's the arbiter of we're having those sort of things. I'm sure you're aware, Glenn, with people in affordable housing saying they need a service dog because they have issues, and it's like, well, I don't know that we can step into the ADA to say you are or you aren't, or you will or you won't qualify. So I'll just leave it there, but I just want to make sure that we overlooked and waived a view plane restriction violation not recently on the barn as well. And there was a lot of compromise on this board's side to try to maintain the public access that was already there 2-3 owners back, let alone from the 1800s. And so I think it's very hard for us to take less than the access that people will need. So I'll leave it there, but there was a lot of give on this board side as well.
So I'm sure you're aware that I have personal familiarity with disabled persons. I think this is almost discriminating against the disabled. If, for example, a disabled person was to go use a restroom that was just for the disabled, are they now going to have a permit to do so? I think this goes beyond. I appreciate, I suppose, the Suki's concerns for the safety of the disabled walking that, which is really a road. I appreciate that. I don't think a permit is going to solve their concerns for safety. The phone, on the other hand, if someone is disabled and has concerns about activities, farming or construction on that, and they chose to call ahead, I think is a better idea. It's not in here. So if anything I would support would be establishing a phone so people could call ahead if they chose to, if they had concerns about trail conditions or wanted to see what activities were going on in that section of trail. That would really address the property owner's concerns about disabled safety on that section of road. But permitting, as was mentioned, so it's a beautiful Saturday, you're driving down Lower River Road, you go, hey, let's take a hike, and you don't have a permit, so you can't do it. I think that really flies in the face of public use and public access on a public trail. So that's my concerns. I appreciate any compromises on both sides of the table here. As we know, this issue goes way back. It does go back to the old use of that county road. I've had concerns from Woody Creek property owners or residents that are concerned about that public road having gone away, and that they want full access to a public trail. So it's kind of the position that I'm in, and I think the phone idea is a valid idea and would resolve the city's concerns about safety of this disabled on that trail.
Michael? You didn't mention, in our discussion of this disabled trail, that I think Brooke brought it up, the possibility of using the new trail as a disabled trail and having a connector to the upper part of the ranch from the new trail. And I remember saying, well, let's get the trail built and let's look at it and let's see if it's viable as a disabled trail. That hasn't been brought up at all. So we have that step to take once the trail is open in next year, it seems to me. So this concern of yours for the red portion of the trail might go away entirely. But that was a compromise suggestion made at that time. Brooke brought it up. I said, well, we'll look at it when it's available to look at. So, and you didn't mention that at all in your discussion.
Boy, that definitely occurred, and you said, let's take a look at it, once the trail is built.
Yeah, so, I think we can go ahead, not have the permit system, and if disabled, if that trail is as good as you say it is, this board can say, well, that's an adequate substitute for the main road. But I agree with Patty, certainly, that permitting is not something we do for disabled people. It's not, we're not going to start doing that.
George?
I would add, if you're concerned about the, perhaps the abuse of that, or lack of information, that there is another access, a nicer access, more of a backyard, outdoor experience. The Newly Trail would be the way to go. So if you had some signages, if it's by the phone, that this access has been designated for physically disabled people. There's another trail right here for those who have some, well, I don't know how you word it, but, and please respect it. And to me, that's sort of a simple way to educate the public that this access is for those who are physically challenged. And if you're not, you're going to have a much more enjoyable trail and experience by taking the trail that's been provided for you. And you're always going to get a little abuse, and I think we can address that if that occurs. It's sort of like the prohibiting Red Canyon by guest owners and guests and owners. I mean, who's going to check on that? I mean, how do we know that a guest is not going to wander up there in the middle of the winter for a snowshoe hike? We don't know. It may get abused, but I don't think it's going to get abused by many people. So I think the idea is to educate the public, let them know that you have a trail that's available if you're physically challenged, but if you're not, that there's a much better experience.
I want to add to Michael's question about the use of the new upper trail. From long history, remembering back, there were concerns about a section of that trail that would not accommodate anybody with a disability. There was a gully or some section along there, and that never got, remember the thing was, are we going to culvert, are we going to bridge, are we going to, and I think that's what spurred the discussion of having another access for those physically challenged.
And the grades.
Yeah, and the grades. So I think that's why, and Michael's question is, I don't know if that was addressed with the construction of the trail. It's my belief that it was not. That's why we are where we are today with the physically challenged access. So maybe somebody who's actually, can speak on that?
The trail?
I'm looking at Mr.
I
Newland.
think it was actually the new trail is going to be hard to access by physically challenged people. Any way you look at it, it's just the way it is. We kept it down to about 10% as best we could.
But there was a section, yeah.
And Gary Tannenbaum likes what we did a lot, but yeah, it's going to be a tough road to hoe if you're physically challenged.
That's right.
And I can pop these pictures off for you now,
Yeah,
if I could, I'm sorry. Just so you can take a look at what the trail
Tom,
looks
I'm
like.
not sure you fully identified yourself for the record. You may have done it earlier.
Yeah, I only brought 5 copies, but I'll get to that one.
And you're,
And Tom, maybe you could scoot up by the table too, so then
Sure.
You'll be closer to the microphone there for grassroots.
Yeah.
Steve?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, I have a question for John Ely. We seem to have reached a little bit of an impasse, and I understand your desires here. If we were to pass this as we have did on first reading with that section removed, we would basically have a standing offer to them to be acceptable to them. They would need to then sign it, and the trail question would be settled, and their rest of their development of their project would be able to move forward to CO. But if we just need to table this for another 3-4 months for negotiation discussions, no COs will issue. That the contingency is related to this. Thank you. So, I mean, I'd like to move forward, and, you know, our board has discussed it pretty thoroughly with what we think is appropriate, and I think we need to just put that on the table and move it forward. And if that's not acceptable and you come back with some new counter offers or some new ways, we can take a look at them. But at this point, as I said, you know, Patty's probably more tired of these negotiations than anyone, or Michael, who's been on the board through the past 3 series of owners of this land. But I just can only come back to the fact that we dropped what was a substantial decision claim for a public road and trail system that would alleviate all the needs for these discussions and negotiations, with the intention and belief that we would receive in exchange a new hiking trail that would keep it physically fit off of your property and out of your way, and that there would be access for those who are physically challenged. And that's what I'd like to move forward without any undue burden on those who are physically challenged.
I remember there was discussion about a little spur off of the new trail, and that was sort of left for future decision to see how this new trail worked, and then if it were not possible for people, then it could cut in above the Homestead 1, I believe, is about where that trail would cut back over onto the existing road. And that wasn't left for future decision. That was not decided, but that was left open as a possibility to see how the trail worked, and to have that be a potential way that physically challenged people could go on the first part of the new trail and then cut back over to the existing driveway to continue up. And that's, I remember that as part of the discussion. Brooke?
For the record, Brooke Peterson, I'm the manager of AVR AH LLC, and obviously have been involved in these discussions since they started. Let me give you a couple of my recollections, and which were refreshed by going back and spending 4.5 hours watching the hearing again when we did this the first time, and watching the second hearing when I came back, because I was under the apprehension or under the assumption that we'd approve the entire new alignment as opposed to the physically challenged one, which the board said, no, that's not what we did. First of all, the discussions ended and the motion was approved when Rachel said that she believed that between the county attorney and the applicant, we could work out a permit and monitoring system. And the words permit and monitoring were used in that discussion. Now, we didn't go through, and Tom has prepared a lengthy determination of how we got to where we are with the language that John proposed in the ordinance of first reading. We went from the standpoint that we would be the enforcers, and if somebody didn't have a permit and wasn't physically challenged, that we would ask them to leave the ranch, to a concession or a belief that, no, we wouldn't do it, we would call the sheriff's office and ask them to come and do it. That was fine. The permit aspect of somebody having to demonstrate that they had this permit from the Open Space and Trails Board never left the initial discussions and the initial drafts of this document, and that's what was presented to you. We already have a permit system required on the ranch for hunters. So it's not unusual on this piece of property for a person to have some kind of a permit. I'm perfectly, cognizant of and sympathetic to the question of people's physically challenged abilities, and I don't want our ranch employees to be in that situation. That's why we felt the permit that somebody else made that determination. We do think, and I would, if the board is not inclined to reinsert the language that we would really like the board to insert language that says that it's acceptable for people to be asked to call us to tell us that they're on the ranch when they get to the gate, which we originally wanted to have only opened by some kind of electronic means. Again, we agreed that the gates will be open all the time. This is a very unusual situation, given the myriad of uses that go on this property, and the fact that the physically challenged trail, which came up through Michael's discussions, late in the discussions about the entirety of what we were doing, the physically challenged aspect of the trail, we recognize we're not trying to keep physically challenged people from being on the ranch. We do have a safety concern. I've personally spoken to the insurance people who really have a safety concern. And part of that, my discussions came out of the fact that the language about the county having insurance, which was part of the first draft of the easement agreement, which was in the original easement agreement that you all executed in accordance with the settlement of the lawsuit, has been taken out because of changes in the county's insurance policies. So now the onus falls on us to deal with the insurance requirements and to try to create as safe an environment as we possibly can out there. I still believe that having a permit from the Open Space and Trails Board does that, and I have to go on the record saying I'm concerned about the safety aspects of the ranch and everybody that wants to use the trails, physically challenged or not. The trail that Steve just referred to, that Tom just showed, the spur, and what I said to that was our original proposal, which the board rejected. The board, at Michael's suggestion, the board still wanted the physically challenged to be able to come up the road. We have not instituted the spur because we want to see how the physically challenged, it costs us money to build all these things. We wanted to see how the physically challenged trail works. The other thing I would point out that has not been said is that Ranch Road has gone from being a, dirt and gravel ranch road. It's now a fully paved asphalt surface, which probably will make it easier for physically challenged people to walk on, but it's certainly, in my mind, even less of a trail experience, so to speak, than it was before. So having said all of that, I would ask the board to please reconsider and reinsert the language that was worked out with John through lots of discussions between Tom and Dave and John, and allow us to put this permit monitoring system in place and move forward with all of this. To Michael's point, this was an entire package, and we, and Rachel, to your point, we were not trying to ignore what was done in 2011. We weren't party to what was done in 2011. We were only party to what was done in 2014. So that, I think, out of a question of, not a question, but out of the fact that we followed the direction of the county and followed the direction of the board to try to work with the county attorney to get a permit and monitoring system in place. And we have already done all of the other things that we said we were going to do. We didn't wait until the agreement was signed. We didn't wait until the easement was finished to file the work cook, and we didn't have to do any of this, to file the covenant taking away the land, or giving up the land use approvals on the work cook parcel, or any of the other things that we've done until we got to this point, because I was convinced, as I think the board was in June of 2014, that the applicant and staff could get this worked out, which we did, and now he's asking the board to accept what their staff has recommended.
Yeah, and it's obviously what Rachel said, speaking for Rachel, that she was hopeful that it could be worked out for a permit and monitoring program. Obviously that wasn't to be. the permit problem, the permit part of that solution isn't working. Again, going back to the phone, it's not in here. I don't have a problem. I think the phone, rather than a permit, really addresses the safety concerns that are on that property. But it shouldn't be that you have to call and reach somebody. The line could be busy, no one could answer. And if you choose, if you're physically challenged and you're gonna take that trail, it could be that you can call and say, what are the conditions what am I expecting on this section of the trail? It shouldn't be that you have to wait for somebody to answer before you can access, because who knows who'd pick up the phone or when. You know?
Well, that wouldn't be the case since the gate's open anyway.
Yeah, but I'm saying that if there's a phone access with the sign, if you're going to use the physically challenged trail, please call and leave a message or something so that somebody knows you're on the trail. I don't have a problem with that, because then on a Sunday evening, on a beautiful summer day, you can call. You don't have to wait for somebody to be at the county to get a permit, or wait for somebody to answer the phone and say, okay, you can use the trail. That would address any safety concerns, so someone would have a record or something of somebody being on the trail. I'm still standing in that direction, and I don't see the phone issue addressed, and I would not have a problem with that.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. A couple of comments. One is that I think it may be a point in time in which a little bit of trust and leap of faith and see how it works out is needed on both sides. But I think that, given where the parking area actually is, further up and next to the higher trail, there's not going to be a lot of interest in non-physically handicapped people walking down the road to walk over to the flat to walk up the trail. I think that the physical configuration, given where the parking is going to be something that if you're physically handicapped and you're with someone who's taking you there, they're going to drop you off, they're going to park, they're going to say, I'll wait there, I'll come back, and we'll walk up the trail together. But most people are going to take the trail that's just been constructed, the regular trail, because that's where the parking is. The second is, I do agree very much with what George has said, that I think appropriate signage can help people make that determination. And the signage that is here, use his phone, if you're handicapped, to notify people on the farm equipment. Maybe it has to go to a cell phone that somebody wears while they're working around the manager, as opposed to inside a barn or something like that, but that's going to be a different issue. I think the courtesy phone could be beneficial on both sides. But finally, when you get to what is a permit system, I could literally see the county having a book of permits printed up with a Xerox page behind them, and you self-fill it in when you're at the gate. And you just fill it in, I am so-and-so, check off, yes, I have a physical impairment that makes it difficult to use the other trail, and here's my sign and date, and that's it. And that would create a record of who's been using it and who hasn't been using it. They tear off their half, they walk up with it. The record book is there that says the rest. It doesn't take finding an open space and trails person to issue that permit, and that there is a record created. There is something that people have to sign their name to and affirm that this is why I'm using the trail now. Certainly some people might stretch the truth, but there's a point at which you have a record, and it becomes more of a burden when you sign and date your name to anything, whether it's a boat permit or, I understand the rules of being on the sea. So, I think we could implement a permit system like that you guys may or may not feel is adequate, that you want someone to come to a county office and interview, and us have an official permit issuer person. I think there'd be much simpler ways that people get their permit at the gate. You flip it open just like at a park campsite where you put in your own $5 because there's no attendant at the park fee. So I think a system like that would be something that we would be able to monitor the number of users and how it was used and things like that afterwards. And those people could walk in with a permit, and they would be, almost like when you do your taxes, you sign it yourself that this is honest to the best of my abilities, or all sorts of forms that you sign and you say, this is my name, this is my signature, and that might be all that we'd have to do to have, quote, a permit.
Michael?
Yeah, you have to remember that, the public should remember that this property was burdened with a trail easement through the middle of the ranch, essentially, before your client bought the place. You essentially purchased that burden. You did it. The public didn't do it. We had a right to go up through the middle of the ranch, and we compromised on that right to pedestrians and hunters. You bought that. You purchased it.
And we're not trying to do away with it.
Yeah, you purchased it. So, and it's understandable that you wanted to modify it. That's fine. So we're talking about a tiny percentage of people who have, I think in the view of most Americans, some rights to access areas that they're otherwise prevented from accessing. And the reason they'd want to access your ranch, and at least from my point of view, is that the ranch, because of the preservation that your client has performed, there's a narrative, a historical narrative there of how the ranch began, what it was used for, what products were stored in the barns, and then the narrative continues, which is these ranches have changed in use, and now they're residential ranches, and that's the state of affairs we're in this valley now. And that allowed people to come up and see that narrative and enjoy, through easy access, because of the road, whether it's paved or whether it's hardpack, to have a pleasant experience and just discover something of the history of this valley. The people that are going to access up that road are a tiny percentage, and I don't think we should be arguing over a permit system for them. Let's keep them safe. Let's have a 10-mile-an-hour or 5-mile-an-hour speed limit on the ranch roads. Let's keep them on one side of the ranch road or the other, but let's proceed, let's reach an agreement here and not burden anybody with further paperwork. I mean, that's the way I feel about it.
I'm going to weigh in now. I am sympathetic to ranch owners with trails running through their property, because I am part owner of a ranch with a public trail running through the property. And I understand where, the desire of the owners to have the majority of the foot traffic over on a trail. And if I was walking through the ranch, I personally would rather go on this new trail than walk up the driveway, whether it's paved or a gravel driveway. This new trail to me would be much more attractive. I like Rachel's idea of having, it would be a form of a permit system, and it minimizes the need, it eliminates the need for somebody to have to come over here to our building to get a permit, written permit, although they maybe would only have to do that once, so it would be good for the season or good for their lifetime perhaps even, but it would be what we're looking for is a means for the ranch owner to know who is going in on the physically challenged trail. And if they have a sign-in thing at the gate where they sign in each time they would go in and have, whether it's a tear-off thing or not, then that would be a way if the ranch owner would see somebody always, like a young fit person always going up there, then they would have, the written thing at the gate. Now, if the person's not signing in and just going up there, then that would be grounds for you to complain about it, and perhaps it's an education piece that we would have to get an open space and trails ranger to explain it to them, or something to that effect. But I think if we call it a permit system, we make it as easy as possible signing a thing at the gate. I like the idea of the phone, and even if they don't get anybody on the other end of, there's an answering machine saying, this is so and so, I'm going to go in on the physically challenged trail today, then that would be on a recording that the ranch owners could refer back to it. So I would be in favor of a permit system. The one that Rachel described to me would be the most easiest for the user. They could do it on the spot. They wouldn't have to go into our building here to get the permit. And to me, that would satisfy the requirement for a permit. I would hope that that system would work also for the landowner. Patty?
Yeah, I'm not greatly concerned that the landowner knows who by name is using the trail. I think it's up to the landowner. If you want to have a book there that people could sign, that's up to you. I don't really feel it's up to the county to have a permit book or anything of any kind. I think the phone definitely, again, reiterating that, so people, if they want to find out what the conditions of the road are, how much activity. You may not want to go up there if there's haying going on or there's massive cement trucks and all that. You may choose to come another day. If there was somebody on the other end of the phone, which I don't think is always going to be what happens. So that would be if the property owner wanted to put something there, and if people wanted to sign on their way in, then so be it. But I don't really think at public trail you should know. Definitely people have to sign in and on an affidavit when they're using a public trail.
George.
I agree with Patty. Using the word permit has connotations. And it has negative connotations for those who are physically challenged. Now, if you want to have a voluntary sign-in, so if I go up to Cathedral Lake, and as soon as I hit the wilderness area, there is a voluntary little sign-up that you could put your name in, which I never do, and I just keep on walking. But it's voluntary, it's not a permit. And so if the branch would like to do that, just to try to get a feel in terms of how many people are actually using it, I think that's fine. But using the word, the nomenclature of permit, it just opens up all sorts of different alternatives in how one views it. So I would not support that.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah, I can't support it either. I just think we don't want to put any burdens on people who already have a burden. By definition, they have a burden.
I think someone needs to make a motion on the ordinance as it is, and, I had asked earlier what would be the outcome. It would be that we have an approved trail easement, and it would be up to the applicants to choose to accept or not, and if they do not accept, they can try to negotiate further or come up with new alternative ideas, but until there is an acceptance of a trail easement on both sides, some of the other aspects of the project may go on to a standstill.
Patty?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask the applicants, we've continued this for years, do you want us to do that again and you can go back and negotiate, or do you want us to move forward?
I think that, if the sentiment of the board is that, to George's point, that there is no willingness to institute any kind of a permit system, whether it be at the gate or at the Open Space and Trails Board, if the board would be willing to consider inserting language into this ordinance that allows us to put a phone at the trailhead so that people can call and advise us that they're on the ranch. And secondly, that allows us to not put a mandatory sign-in book, but allows us to put a book that asks people to sign in. I'm not in the position to say that that would be acceptable at this point in time, but in my mind, it's potentially a great deal more acceptable than nothing.
Steve? I'll do a motion to approve the ordinance with amended language that just, I don't know how to word it, John, that allows the applicant to install a phone for safety measures where people can call in and notify them they're on the trail, and a voluntary sign-in. Is that, yeah, you guys, I'm just throwing it out there for discussion.
Well, I'm sorry, you wanted to say something?
Well, I would have a guest book. They can have a guest book.
It's not going to be a permit book, it's going to be a voluntary sign-in.
A guest book.
And
It's
a
just,
phone
and,
for-
you know, they can make comments. My name, I saw your barn, it was wonderful. Thank you for restoring it. Whatever.
I agree.
And I would say to that, a guest phone and a guest book.
Right.
So there's no,
Stipulated
there's no
requirement.
requirement or assumption that there's a phone and I can't go in unless I use this phone.
And somebody answers.
Or answers or not. So it's a guest phone, it's a guest book to be able to provide comments, thank yous. If they have a question, they can utilize the phone that way, so.
So that is my motion with the languages amended.
I'll second
Jeanette, did you get that? Thank you.
I'll second that.
Second that.
You know, just for discussion's sake, and I'll probably support the motion going forward, but the outcome that none of us want, healthy, active, no handicap folks start using the trail on a regular basis, or consistently enough that it's interfering or of concern to the farm operations. Do they call the sheriff to then ask someone, are you physically challenged? And to verify that, could they be removed for trespassing because they're on the trail and not physically challenged? Who and how is this administered?
Open Space and Trails
It,
Board.
in the language, is managed by Open Space and Trails.
Okay, and so then the ranch would call the Open Space and Trails Board. Are they allowed to demand someone's ID so they
No.
can say who was on the trail? They can't.
OSTB has sole enforcement authority regarding use of the trail.
Okay, and so how do these guys, they take a picture of the people and then give it to Open Space and Trails to track down, this is the guy who we think was violating the terms of the trail easement?
Well, that's interesting. I'll tell you, when the back and forth in the language was going forward, the idea was, at least on my end of it, was to have something at least intrusive or burdensome to somebody using the trail.
Yes.
And considering how the language changed, I thought it was there, but I sure didn't anticipate that sequence of events of somebody running around with a camera.
No, I don't either, and I guess I'm just asking because I don't want to have passed something at the table today that ends up being something that our sheriff office is coming back to us and saying, you know, what are we supposed to do with this? We've gotten 3 calls that people are trespassing, and they're trespassing because they are not qualified on the face of it to be using the trail, and that's all I'm asking about. I'm not trying to disagree or throw muck up into the works here, since it seems to be moving forward, but I want to be assured of how does it actually play out if we have violations.
Michael?
Well, as my understanding of the ADA is that essentially you're judged, your handicap is judged at its worst state. So if you have MS and you're completely incapacitated and you're deemed handicapped, disabled. However, MS can regress and you can be perfectly fine. You're still disabled. So there's no physical way of judging your disability by looking at someone, by taking their picture, by anything. It's not apparent. You know, it tends to be apparent if somebody's in a wheelchair, unless they're, of course, they're faking it, which essentially is the worry of this applicant. So then the recourse under ADA is to inquire as to whether you're disabled or not. And all that's required is you can have a doctor's note, you can have documentation, or you can just have the assertion that you're disabled. And that's it. No further questions. They can say, what's the nature of your disability, and you can tell them, but that's it. So we're not going to have examinations by the Sheriff's Department, by OST or by the applicant here as to the nature of the disability. It's just, I am disabled. Fine, thank you.
Patty?
Well, Charmy, as far as enforcement, it's just like having a dog off leash. People call and complain about that all the time on sections of open space and trails that are dogs on leash only, or no dogs, and people have dogs even on a leash. And it's a reportable thing, and then open space and trails will monitor that section of the trail and do more rigid enforcement along there. And I think that's the same thing that will play out here. Open space and trails will start including this in their purview. We've increased our enforcement, our rangers, and they do a very good job of looking at trails, especially new sections, to educate the public. It's not the strong arm, we're going to slap everybody who does anything. It's we're going to educate people as to what the rules are. And open space and trails is really good about that. So that would be, as it is in the document, the enforcement issue. Okay. I'm not suggesting putting disabled on a leash, so don't.
Let me just say that, and I don't want to muck this up any more than it already is, but when we were discussing and negotiating this document, it was never my intention and never my intention to have any of my representatives give up any right that we had to call the sheriff's office if we felt somebody was trespassing on this ranch. And I have to be perfectly clear that that is a huge concern for my clients, for their children, for myself personally. So if somebody is sitting here and saying that I, on behalf of Aspen Valley Ranch, have waived the right to contact the sheriff's office if there's trespassing, or we believe there's trespassing, I want to be clear that that is not the case.
I don't think we're saying that in any way, shape, or form.
Well,
I'm just saying the enforcement, if there's a concern that somebody who appears to not be disabled is using a disabled trail. That's all we're saying. We're saying if somebody goes up the old road through the middle of the ranch, that is trespassing. You have the right to call the sheriff.
The old road's not there, so as long as we're clear on that point, then we can move on. That's what I'm
This is a
clear on.
public hearing, and does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this issue? And Dave Myler might wish to speak on it. Okay.
No, thanks.
Seeing none, back to the board. We have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion, George?
Well, I actually had a chance to use that trail this fall when it was still under construction. I only got to a certain point because they had stopped, and then I went down to the road and continue up. And the trail, even at that point, I could see that it's going to be a great amenity. So I really wanted to thank the applicant for doing it. It is a great amenity. It's going to be a great trail, and I think we're spinning our wheels here in terms of worrying about the 0.001% that may abuse this, or because they're not educated. If you have, this is a pretty active community, and if people have the option to walk on a paved driveway or get up into the hill on a pretty trail, they're going to get onto the trail. So,
Jeanette, I'll give you my copy.
Oh, yeah.
Also, I'm cognizant of the fact that the applicant gave up a lot of square footage of building right in this whole deal. And personally, I think, I agree with you, George. The new trail, to me, is much more attractive than the old road running up through there, which, probably was a county road at one time, going back to the late 1800s, possibly. And even if I was struggling to get up this trail, I'd rather personally be on the new trail than the old one. So I think that a spirit of cooperation on this is a better way to approach it. And if the proposal that the motion sets out is acceptable to the landowners, then to me that would be a good way to go. So is there any further discussion? All in favor of Patty's motion? And Jeanette, do you have it all down?
I do.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Say aye.
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? Okay,
Thank you,
unanimous.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we take a break?
We need to take a break, and we need to get Suzanne Wolf over here. And she's maybe watching the TV and on her way as we speak, but
I'm not sure.
how long do people want? 15 minutes?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
15-minute break. We'll start at 2:30.
She usually just appears, though.
Okay, welcome back. Next on our agenda are land use items, and the first one is an update on the TDR program, and Suzanne Wolf is doing her annual update on that for us.
There it is. I don't usually have a whole lot to say unless you have questions for me, since this is really just kind of our annual rundown of how many have gone out, how many have come in, how much are they selling for. So if there's anything particular you want me to address, I guess, the upshot is that things are still rolling along, the system is still functioning. We are, issuing, a few TDRs. 17 came in last year. They're selling, the price has been pretty steady over the last 2 years, about $200,000. Slight variations up and down, but that's about it. Obviously, there's still interest on the side of using them. There's still plenty out there available. Again, that's, if you have any specific questions, I'm happy to jump into those, but, or if there's anything specific you want me to address from the report.
George?
We had a work session with P&Z several months ago, specifically talking about TDRs and other uses, and what's the status of that? Or is it P&Z still discussing that, or are they going to come back to us with some recommendations? Or it seems like one of the things we were trying to do was because we felt, or P&Z felt, that the GMQS system really wasn't working the way it was really intended to, and we were trying to provide other opportunities to utilize TDRs besides than just in terms of increasing house size. Was there other mechanisms to extinguish TDRs?
Yeah, Lance Clark. What I know about that to a limited extent is that what the P&Z spent quite a bit of time talking about was the concept of house size they were comfortable with, the concept of use of TDRs they were comfortable with. The direction seemed to be that there should be perhaps more community benefits associated with the use of the TDR, that having a TDR for 2,500 square feet shouldn't just be automatic. You buy a TDR, you get 2,500 square feet, that there may be some additional community benefits that should be tied to that in some way, maybe along the same manner that we have tried to do that with growth management system, where you get points in growth management for doing certain things, that maybe TDRs could be tied to that. But they will be looking at that in the same context as looking at all the master plans, which are coming in now. And so I would anticipate that there'd be some ideas come forth at the same time as the master plan adoptions, and I think we're looking at early summer for that.
Just to follow up on George's question to Lance, one of the other items that we kind of discussed for P&Z to discuss was whether if you add a second or third TDR for single-family residence, should they be the same 2,500 square foot? Is that something that's also still on the plate?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a couple of thoughts about TDRs. One, I would still advocate for a fractional TDR to be a possibility. Perhaps just one half of a TDR would be worth 1,250 square feet for additional square footage, or possibly even quarters, where one would be worth 625 square feet, or whatever, you know, a quarter of the 2,500. Because people tend, if they buy the TDR, they tend to build up to the full 8,250 if they're only buying the one. They might not want a house that big, and they would be happy with, if they could buy a half or a quarter of a TDR, then they could, you know, build a smaller increase onto their house, which would have a smaller impact on the bulk or the appearance of the house or whatever.
Can I just tag on to that real quick?
Sure.
We discussed that many, many years ago, and I think, I don't know where the discussions have been since then, but I think one of the concerns was how it's difficult enough to manage the TDR certificates when they're coming and going, that when we start splitting them up into increments, that was something that we had discussed would be difficult to manage.
It's, yeah, I mean, it clearly adds a whole nother level of complication. You know, if it's still that you're issuing a full TDR to someone, then they're selling off pieces of their TDR. What is that? I mean, it's just, it's a whole, it's a different system.
Yeah, you would have to,
whether,
you would
what
have
that
to
looks like.
reissue fractional TDR if someone wanted to split one up.
Right.
So it'd be more work for staff.
It's, you know, it's
Yeah.
definitely a different management piece.
Yeah. Then two other things. Recently, our Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus was discussing the use of TDRs for having landing sites in our caucus area. And it brought back to mind two of the TDRs that we sold, I think were used in an interesting manner, which had really good outcomes for houses in Snowmass and Capitol Creek. One of them, the people used, they built basically 8,250 total buildings on their property, which included their horse, you know, the horse loping shed and everything was included in their 8,250, but they used the extra square footage from the TDR to make their house a little bit bigger than 5,750, and they think they did a CDU attached to the garage, or you know, something like that. But they used the 8,250 square feet for not just for residential, but for their total, all the outbuildings on the property. So it had very minimal impact. It's not like a monster house on the property. The second one was the case of the Charlie Mountain one, where they had two, I think 35-acre lots. They were permitted to build two 5,750 houses would be allowable on the two 35-acre parcels. And so they purchased the TDR, and they basically built the same square footage, 2 times 5,750, but they put the 8,250 square foot house on one of the lots, and on the other lot they put a smaller house. So they didn't get any more total square footage, but it's just the way they distributed the square footage. And so it put the bigger house in a good location with minimal impact on the community and the visual impact and all that, and they put the smaller house closer to the road where everybody has to look at it. And I thought that was, you know, an innovative use of a TDR, and they perhaps could have gotten more square footage total if they wanted to do something different, but the benefit for the community was pretty great. And the third point I want to make is we have this issue where one TDR certificate was sold twice, and I think it was a case of one was lost, and then you reissued the certificate, and then they found the other one and sold it to somebody else. What is sort of the policy in terms of a lost TDR certificate in terms of reissuing it, and is there something we could do to put safeguards in there to make sure that doesn't happen again?
Well, the code has specific language about reissuance. I mean, we've anticipated that because we've had a lot of lost certificates over time. Starting in 2006 was when we first required people to notify us of sales so we could track who owns what TDR at what point in time. Prior to that, anyway, there were transactions. We may or may not have been notified. They may or may not have been recorded. So anyway, there's an issue of tracking of some of the earlier ones. I think, anything issued at this time and since 2006 with the code, I mean, we have better tracking of all of them at this point. So I think that's adequately addressed in the code.
Okay. Rachel?
Do we need a motion to accept this report or anything like that?
No, it's really just informational. So, no motion needed.
Okay.
I found it very thorough.
Yeah, you do a good job.
And this is a public hearing, listed as a public hearing. Does anybody want to comment on the TDR program who's in the audience? Okay, seeing none, I will... Oh, sorry.
Grafton Smith, just as a private citizen, I think Suzanne does a bang-up job with it, and I think she should get kudos for that.
Kudos, Suzanne.
Kudos. Kudos.
We have a certificate for a kudo?
Atta-girl, that's the atta-girl for it.
I like the kudos.
And just to note, this does go onto the website, so all that information is out there. I know a lot of people do refer to it. So.
Okay. So I'll close the public hearing for the day. That's the last item of public hearing. And thank you for the update, Suzanne. Moving on to land use actions. The first is Snowmass Acres LLC minor amendment to a development permit.
Twice in one day. Wow, what a treat.
Anything happening over there?
Yeah, something's coming up.
Not easy to see, but. So that's just to locate you. It's a little difficult to see in and of itself, but this is the Snowmass Acres LLC property. Not working. Well, running along the top of the map there is.
Suzanne, if you can get the mouse to work on that.
Oh, yeah, I can do it that way.
Then that shows up for the
Yeah,
television
here we go.
viewers.
So this is East Soapers Creek Road, running along the property. Little Elk Creek on two sides of the property here. Is that showing? And then over here we get into McCabe. So Home Run Lane, Rose Spur Lane takes you into the McCabe. So this is a 35-plus acre parcel. Went through our site plan review process. All fine and good. There was an existing house that was, and ag buildings torn down, replaced. New facilities have been placed. When they came in to get their CO, we discovered some non-compliant fencing on the property and started to talk to Glenn and their other representatives about it. And the issue really relates to, they've got a lot of agricultural activities that they are or plan to pursue on the property, including cows, pigs, chickens, bees, gardens. Am I missing anything? There may be more, but they intend to pursue agricultural activities. But as a part of their approval for the new residence, the site plan review, they were required to record the covenant prohibiting commercial agricultural activities. So whereas if a property is assessed agricultural, they're exempt from our wildlife-friendly fencing requirements. In this case, the property cannot be assessed agricultural, can still pursue agricultural activities, But we ended up in an issue with the fencing, because it could not be exempted from that provision. So,
Suzanne,
Yep.
how was it exempted from an agricultural
our
status?
how is the property, or is the fencing?
No, the property. You said that there was a covenant recorded against agricultural designation.
Commercial agricultural activities.
And how was that done?
I don't know if I have the actual covenant in here. How is it done? I mean, there's specific language.
Was it done at a commissioners meeting, or was it?
No, through the administrative decision, there were findings made, oops, sorry, I'm on top of the microphone, which are on the front page of that memo, which basically said the findings were the valuation of the property and the improvements proposed to be made under the approvals will be significantly higher relative to the value of any agricultural products produced. It's unlikely for the applicant to generate enough revenue from commercial agricultural activities to sustain a viable agricultural operation. The approvals, when fulfilled, change the primary and fundamental use of the land for being agricultural. That's the straight language out of the code. So based on those findings, then, we require recordation of this covenant that prohibits.
So that's in our land use code?
Yes.
That administratively, you can decide that the property values and improvements are going to, but wouldn't that be the case in most agricultural properties, that the house and whatever is going to exceed the value of production at any one time?
I guess, yes, as properties, as properties such as this one are redeveloping, or in some cases an agricultural property that has not been used for residential development previously, but is now becoming residential, then this is a provision that can come into play as part of their approvals.
Okay.
Is that? Then I just wanted to put up here, and I don't know, it's upside down. This is probably not that legible, but again, so over here.
This is the map that's in our packet?
This is in your packet. The color helps a little bit. There's a little bit of color in here, but over here is East Cypress Creek Road. You're coming into the property. The fencing that was really at issue was out here in the pastures. This fencing was not wildlife friendly. That was where we raised the issue and got into an extended discussion with Kevin Wright, was still with Colorado Parks and Wildlife at the time. He was involved in that. And worked with the applicant basically to come up with a proposal that he was satisfied with to allow them, so if they have a cow-calf operation out here, to have fencing that would contain the calves, but that could provide openings to allow wildlife to pass through the property when there was no need to be containing the calves in those areas. So essentially, what we're asking for here is an amendment to their site plan approval. We had lots of discussions about how to proceed with this, because again, it's an issue we've heard before. Fencing for agriculture versus the wildlife-friendly fencing. And we had a lot of discussions about how to address this under the code. When Glenn sort of found this language in the code that's on page 2 of the memo, under our definition of development is where we exempt fences that comply with DOW standards, now CPW standards, if you're assessed agricultural. There was this language that said, in areas of the county with site-specific approvals or guidelines approved by the BOCC relative to fencing. So Glenn found that, and we said, well, gosh, that seems like the way to move this forward and get us out of this kind of trap we're in where, we're saying, you're not in compliance, how are we going to, move this along? Are we going to amend the code? There were a lot of complicated solutions we were considering when we saw this and said, well, we have a solution that's satisfactory to the owner for their agricultural purposes, to Parks and Wildlife for wildlife purposes. Seems like a reasonable proposal to bring forward under this provision, but it would require the BOCC to approve, whereas normally our site plan process is administrative. So here we are to ask you to approve this amendment to allow this fairly complicated fencing plan as shown in front of you, but it addresses all of the specifics that Colorado Parks and Wildlife asked for in terms of heights and distances between strands, electrified fencing for pigs and chickens and beehives, I think, and a lot of things. I mean, we've gotten into a lot more specifics with this plan, and I think everybody is satisfied with that. So we're recommending approval of this plan.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you both for looking for the right mechanism for this. I appreciate that. What I wanted to ask about was a little bit in the now therefore be it resolved of the resolution. Should this owner or a future owner decide, hey, I'm not going to keep cattle anymore, I'm going to keep horses in that big pasture, and so now I can't keep those gates open when cattle aren't in there because I got horses in there. Is there any sort of requirement that should there stop being cattle, you would have to go back to the wildlife-friendly fencing that does work for both horses and wildlife, because the horses don't have to worry about them slipping underneath that lower wires. So I was just kind of worrying about, or thinking about the long-term use. But it seems that if they stopped running cattle, but yet wanted some other, agricultural animals, livestock in there, they would be having the animal, the non-wildlife friendly fencing, and they would not be able to leave the gates open.
Mm-hmm. I think, I mean, to some degree it's addressed in that basically we say you have to comply with this plan, which includes those specifics about opening it when cattle are not, cows are not present, et cetera. I mean, you obviously could make a more specific statement to that, if it is no longer used for this purpose, then this plan shall be amended to allow, something along those lines.
To address other livestock uses.
Or to allow for better, to improve wildlife movement, or to bring back wildlife friendly, something.
Okay, well, maybe you can think a little about what type of amendment or language would go in there, just to accommodate the concept of change, that plans change going forward. And,
So what is this fencing? What's the nature of it?
The fencing for the calves, or the fencing out in the pastures?
The fencing that we're approving?
The fencing that does not comply with our wildlife standards is 5-wire. Here, somewhere I have more specifics about it. It's 5-wire where I think we would only allow 3. And then there's a difference in the separation. We would usually require an 18-inch gap between the wires for animals to come through, and now this is allowing a smaller gap off of the ground. Because basically calves, they don't want the calves to be able to get out. They want to contain the calves. So
it's 8 inches off the bottom is the key.
And it's smooth wire?
No, it's not smooth wire. It's barbed wire to contain the calves, but the biggest change is that the lowest wire is low enough so a calf can't go under it.
And so it's a 5-wire barbed wire fence that is used as a holding meadow, whatever, pen, and then when they're not cattle present, the gates to this pasture will be left open?
Yes.
And what about, when is the critical time for wildlife in that area? Is it in the wintertime?
The wildlife issue is, it's winter and it's on Light Hill across East Cypress Creek Road. It's winter range and winter concentration area for elk, for deer winter range, winter concentration, severe winter range.
And so it's anticipated that elk would be moving in the wintertime, possibly? So is there a prohibition against cattle in that area in the wintertime?
There is not.
So how does it serve the elk then?
I guess having not been a part of all of the conversations with Kevin Wright, I can't answer that. But all I can say is that he was comfortable knowing that when cattle were not in there, and I don't know if he was given any more specifics, I don't think that the plan that's included in the application, is it more specific about timing? I don't
No, it
remember
was
timing
not.
specifics.
And the main thing is to be able to contain the calves in the spring. And, you know, that was the focus of it. And
That's the focus of the applicants, but the focus of the county is that we're worried about the relationship of that, of fencing and that kind of fencing to the free movement of wildlife. That's our issue. And from what I gathered from Suzanne, that movement occurs in the wintertime. And so I'm not sure that the stricture of when cattle are not present is that useful. It's much more useful, it seems to us, to have at these times when elk migration is vital, the gates shall be open to this meadow. I mean, otherwise, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Let's see, if this was designated ag, would this be a similar type of fencing that they're requesting?
It could be whatever fencing they wanted, and they would not be required to provide openings.
You know, I mean, in my neighborhood, there's a ranch that's got its fence, it's got cattle. Elk come down off the crown, they go back up on the crown. But there's no gates that are open on the Clark Ranch. There's cattle there all winter, and there's elk there most of the winter during storms.
And there's calves.
So I guess I'm not as concerned as long as, I guess I'm not as concerned. If it was ag, they're going to have cattle, and just because of the nature of the code that states that their real estate is going to be more valuable than what they can produce, if that weren't the case, they would still have the same issue. They'd be able to do fencing for their cattle. The elk would find a way to either get in or stay out, and I'm not seeing the issue as Michael is.
Well, my experience with it is that along McLean Flats Road, there's elk migration that have just simply ripped out the fences. And I think it damaged to the elk because they were substantial fences. The question here is not how you feel about it, but what it's zoned for, essentially. And this is a residential property that can't have fences that impede the movement of elk. Okay. The movement of elk occurs in the wintertime. Okay. So how do you reach a compromise on that? You can leave that fencing up, but you have to leave the gates open when there's migration of the elk. So, and it doesn't seem like actually it interferes with the owner's intent, which is, the owner's intent is cattle in the spring, that's past winter time, will be in that pasture, and they'll be fenced in. That's after the elk migrate in the winter range. So that seems perfectly possible. We just have to say, at these times, the gate shall remain open. Also on McLean Flats, there's conserved property that's entirely fenced, but starting December 1st, the gates must be open to allow movement of elk. So.
And I guess I would just say if you wanted to suggest it's like a specific time period rather than just winter, I would guess I would have to go to CPW and ask what dates. And I don't know. I mean, I know around here people calve at different. Some people calve in February. Some people calve in March. I've just heard that again. So I don't know. I don't know what the crossover is there in terms of when it's critical for the elk or the deer versus calving times, and what winter versus spring.
And that's we can find that out. That's possible.
I have a lot to say about wildlife. friendly fences. I built a couple miles of it on our place. I'm really surprised Kevin Wright gave his stamp of approval to this. The description of it with the top wire being 48 inches and being a 5-wire fence is a cattle rancher's definition of a fence to keep cattle in and not to accommodate deer or elk at all. A wildlife-friendly fence, to me, I've been taking out the bottom, the 8-inch one off the ground, doesn't do anything to keep any cattle in, even calves. Don't go under the 16-inch wire, which on a wildlife-friendly fence, the bottom wire would be 16 inches. A wire lower than that doesn't really deter a cow at all. If they're going to go through the fence, they're either going to go over it or a calf would go through a couple of the wires. So a 4-wire fence would be perfectly adequate even for calves. And the bottom one doesn't have to be 8 inches off the ground. It can be closer to 16 inches, which is what the Parks and wildlife friendly fence definition would be. The 48-inch top wire is better for keeping cows in. I know from lots of experience that a 42-inch high fence, which is the specification for wildlife friendly, any good jumping cow can jump over it, as well as a deer or elk. So if you have a wildlife friendly fence, you're going to have some cows getting to the other side just by jumping over it. But more important than that is to have the spacing between the first and the second wire needs to be at least a foot, so a deer or elk doesn't get their foot wrapped around in there, which is typically how they would end up dying on a fence. So I would at least put that in, that there has to be at least a 12-inch space between the top 2 wires. Doing a lay-down fence is an alternative if you have a 48-inch high fence for livestock. Being able to lay it down is, during the wintertime, is a lot better system, I think, than just leaving some gates open, because the gates can be easily not left open, whereas if you're doing a lay-down fence, laying a whole long stretch of the fence down, that's a lot easier for the wildlife to get through, because they don't necessarily cross where there's a gate. They'll have a favorite crossing place along a stretch of fence, and there might be a gate over here, but they always cross here because that's where they're crossing, and they'll use the same crossing year after year for a long time, and if you can figure out where they cross and put a gate right there, that would be a good choice of a gate location. So I really don't like the definition of, or even calling it, it's, to me, it's not a wildlife friendly fence that's proposed for this. And it might work if the gates are located in just the right place, and if they are in fact left open when there's wildlife migrating through there. But if the gates are left closed, if there's not the foot gap between the top 2 wires, you're going to start having some, deer or elk dying on the fences. Rachel.
Steve, I find your information and through experience very helpful. And I'm just kind of looking at this, where do we go from here now? And I agree with the process that the county has put in place to make sure that, to the extent possible, properties all do pay their fair share of property tax, which both supports the school district and our programs, but also other programs throughout the county. And that has been part of the issue about whether you have ag status or you've been redeveloped, and it's really a residential, even if someone is raising and enjoying the agricultural lifestyle, and they're certainly allowed to do that, it's just they're not permitted to take the ag tax exemption, and so, or status rather. And so, you know, I agree with that process being in place. I find it unfortunate that where someone is hoping to produce agriculture, they're kind of caught between our code and the appropriate fencing. So I would uphold the current status. I don't think about changing that. And I also would consider, unless there's a timeliness issue that I'm not aware of, tabling this so that there could be a more thorough examination of the issues that Steve has raised about whether it should be lay down fence in certain areas or not, and the issue that Michael has raised about specific migration corridor time usages or issues, and see if we can't develop something a little better than what we have in front of us. And so that'd be up to you, Glenn, to let us know if there's a timeliness issue that we could perhaps put a little more time in this and get it right.
Patty?
Yeah, my thinking would be that when Kevin wrote his recommendations, he was not looking at this as an active, heavily used cattle ranching operation. He was looking at more of a sustainable, small-use ag. And so I think his parameters for wildlife, say fencing and ability to have a few cows and a couple of calves maybe in the spring were a little different than a big operation. So I think we need to take that into consideration. But with Steve's issues of which fence and which lay down or gate or how many inches in between, I guess we do have some issues that we need to clarify. And I think we need to include Rachel's issue of livestock in the future, just so we don't have to be coming back to change the fencing in a couple of years when they have horses and not calves. But you know, and I do agree with Michael's thing about what time frame for keeping the gates open or laying down fence. But we have to keep in mind this is a different use than a major cattle operation.
John Ely, isn't the state statute now that if you have a property and you can have the property as agricultural, but your residence and some acreage around that house has to be assessed at a residential level, but the rest of the property can be assessed at an agricultural level?
That's correct.
So could these people do that?
Do which?
To ask for that status?
Oh, the request for that status can be made. It's a little bit independent from the land use code.
It's independent.
Prior to that amendment in state law that you're referring to, the county implemented a change in the land use code to basically get ahead of the tax issue, wherein you have essentially a residential property obtaining a classification of agricultural for property tax purposes, and therefore, you know, being quite advantaged by virtue of the fact that it was bigger than another property that couldn't do that. The state took a look at that a few years ago now and modified the law such that the residential classification would be maintained for the residence and the curtilage around the house, which is essentially the lion's share of the value attributable to the entire property. Allow the agricultural classification to the balance of the land, which for the most part would be undeveloped, but there might be agricultural buildings or something out there. And therefore that tax inequality that we sought to remedy has been fixed to an extent by state statute amendment. The recommendation that we've had consistently from our assessor's office is that we maintain the county code provision simply because it takes it a little bit further than the state amendment did, and there is continued utility to having our covenant and restrictions in place. So, to answer your question, can the property owner come in and request that be eliminated, that covenant eliminated and the burden relieved? Yes, they can make that request to the BOCC, and the BOCC can entertain it in terms of land use code requirement.
So the BOCC would do it, not the assessor?
Yes.
And if I could elaborate slightly on that change in the classification standard, it was only if the residential unit can be proven to not be integral to the ag operations. And so a determination has to be made. If you were leasing your house to the ranch manager, it can stay all ag. If you were yourself ranching and farming, as may be the case in this, you might be able to maintain that. It's only in the case where the house really has nothing to do with the fact that you're leasing the property 2 months a year for grazing. You don't really actually use the house in the management of the ag facility. So I would agree with John's statement of the assessor's position that in order to really maintain tax fairness, and the issue we were seeing, I think very strongly with some of the ranches in Woody Creek, that they're selling for $18 million and then they're producing $2,000 worth of hay, and they're asking for an ag tax exemption status, and are effectively putting in less than $20 to the school district and $50 to the county on what is essentially second home residential property. So I appreciate that the county found a workaround for that, and those options are available to someone who comes in to say it's real ag, and we have granted that to some folks, but we also have turned others down that it really looked like the greatest thing produced from the ag status was a tax exemption.
So, one question, maybe Steve, you can answer this, but, so the goal is to, the concern is to be able to fence in cattle, but allow wildlife to at least go over or pass through. So, and I see that as part of this application, when it comes to pigs and chickens and beehives, they have to do an electrified fence. So could you do a lower electrified fence for cattle and still have that wildlife friendly?
Yeah, I believe that would pass.
And now that might be more expensive than regular fencing. That's why I was recommending that we table this. We allow these guys to do a little more research with Colorado Parks and Wildlife and Steve's knowledge and others, and come up with the appropriate.
Yeah, well, that's how, but you could use the idea in terms of lay down fencing, and then for that one strand, use an electric fence. So you may not have to electric fence the entire pasture.
Mm-hmm. Michael?
Yeah, I mean, the electric fence has some benefits, but I don't think it's particularly good for cattle, because it breaks. If you run into it, it breaks, unlike barbed wire. And so that's actually in some ways an advantage for horses, because you don't want your horse to get trapped in the fence and damaged. But the horse escapes. But if your whole cattle herd escapes, that's an entirely different matter. And so electric fence has advantages and disadvantages.
Yeah, they're definitely, they're not perfect. Glenn, I never gave you a chance to present. Did you want to present any other information, or?
Well, thank you. I'm not an expert in terms of this fencing at all, and this arrangement was kind of an agreement that was made between the ranch manager for the Han Russell property, Brad Day.
Brad Day, yeah.
He advised them, he's taking care of this property as well, and advising the owner about cattle. So they had this discussion and came up with a plan between Brad, Julia Marshall, who prepared the fence plan, and Kevin. So it sounds like we need to go back and get together with them and look into the issues about a lay down rather than a gate in the winter, and perhaps look at the spacing between the wires. Because what you said, Steve, about the bottom wire was new information to me, because I was told that it needed to be 8 inches above the ground. So that's different from what you're saying.
Yeah, to me, that bottom wire is, I mean, if you had sheep, it would be a different matter, because they're shorter and might
But
tend
there's
to
no
go
problem
under
with
that.
calves.
But for calves, the bottom wire doesn't really do anything.
Well, you know, I think we should just go with what Rachel suggested and continue this for a while. We have an agreement that the fence will be brought into compliance with the conditions of approval in the spring if we can't work this out. Originally, we were thinking of a winter date, but Lance said, and we have an agreement that can be done in the spring when the snow melts if we can't resolve this. So I'll just go back and if you continue it and see if we can come up with a better solution.
And I had one question that mentioned that CO was being held up on the property because of this fencing issue. Is that, do they have a
When we basically
temporary-
entered into this agreement to allow the CO to be issued and then establish the deadline for coming into compliance, whatever that might look like.
Okay, so they're able to
that's
use
not
all
being
the
held up.
buildings that they've built in? Okay.
So we're not going to solve it right here, so I've taken notes on what the direction is, so we'll go and get together and come back.
Would you like a motion? Do we table or continue? And it's not a public hearing, so we don't have a date certain?
Really? Oh, I thought this was a public
No.
hearing.
This is
So
the land use
you don't need a date certain, and it can be set at the convenience of the staff and the property.
So we'll continue or table?
Either gets the job done, you can continue it.
I'm going to continue this to a date not certain, depending upon staff's determination.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to continue this to a date uncertain. And all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
And actually, Patty, for tabling is actually to move it to later in the same meeting, going by Robert's Rules of Order.
Well, I'm going by the county attorney, which told me I could do either one, so I don't know which one of you I'm supposed to go by, but
Okay, next item, we have the Laux Trust Horseshoe Load Takings remediation.
Susie, you have to stay with us.
Maybe I'll stick with it.
Steve, just off the record, I've seen a deer.
So Grafton, could you introduce yourself for the television
I thought we
audience?
were in a dead space here, and I was just going to fill a gap, but Grafton Smith. But just on the deer thing, is I've been out hunting from occasion and see a deer caught in between the two top wires. Not a pretty sight.
Okay, so this is the Lorena Lux Revocable Trust Activity Envelope Review, the takings remediation. At your meeting on October 28, 2015, found that the administrative decision denying the activity envelope on the property was a taking and directed staff to bring back a resolution with proposed remediation. So that's what we're doing here. So just to refresh, the property is up Midnight Mine Road. It's in the Rural Remote Zone District. This gives you sort of a broader view of Midnight Mine Road coming up. And then there's a driveway that comes back into the property here. That's what's blown up here on the upper portion. I could zoom in maybe a little bit more on that. So this is the existing driveway into the property. As you come in, the existing illegal cabin we discussed last time is right here. Let's see if I can get my lines right here, but basically, so from this whole area of the property to here is within the red zone, and then beyond the cabin into this area is all within the avalanche red zone. That was what led to the denial. of the application. So in terms of the remediation, we're looking at what's appropriate to include within that envelope. I think as we said last time, everything is either within the red or blue zone. The blue zone being basically this area in the middle here. And let's see. I'll just put this one up for now. That zooms in a little bit more. So the resolution in front of you, a couple of issues that came up, and actually this red area is helpful for that. One of those areas, again, to the side of the cabin was proposed to be included for purposes of subsurface utility use only, or the on-site wastewater treatment system. You asked, and we conferred with Kurt Dahl with Environmental Health about having a drain field for a septic system in a red zone where obviously could be deposition of substantial avalanche debris. And Kurt, though the code does, his code, the environmental or the septic, on-site wastewater regs, do not specifically speak to this scenario. He said, well, they're similar places. We don't let you park, put your driveway over it. We don't let you park your cars on top of your septic field. We don't want you to have your horses over it. All of these things that potentially affect the functioning of the system. So he felt that having the system in a red zone was not recommended. And so based on his input, and because this is all in a red zone and was only proposed for that use in the first place, we recommended that be excluded from the envelope. So the envelope would basically end, at this line here, and then again extend all the way back along that driveway back to Midnight Mine Road. And let's see. The only thing I noted in the memo about this, obviously we'll have to come back for site plan review when somebody has a proposed design to put something on the property. In other cases, when we've gone through a takings, you have requested that the site plan review occur with the BOCC and not staff review. So I did include that as part of the conditions, but that is for your consideration. I did include a condition regarding removal of the cabin, since it is illegal and has been for quite some time. Grafton did note that my condition number 2, I said to remove it by July 30th of 2015. And he told me, and I said, I know Patty's going to catch that too. He can verify that. That should be 2016 was clearly the intent there. Grafton also pointed out that the numbering in my resolution was all out of whack. There were multiple 5s and 6s and things like that. So we'll fix that. And I think that was really it in terms of the conditions. Otherwise, I think the conditions are fairly standard. Again, site plan review is when you're really going to see what it's going to look like to mitigate the hazard on this property. All we're doing here is an envelope. It's a pretty limited envelope, obviously, very constrained. Presumably any type of mitigation is going to be structural for the cabin that is built. And they would have to come back at that time to show if they would require any mitigation along the driveway as well for that red zone area. So really that comes at the next step of the process, which is the site plan review. So I think that's it, if you have any questions.
Michael.
So the shaded area that I wasn't at the October 28th.
Okay.
meeting. So the shaded area, that's shaded because that was designated as an activity envelope?
It was requested to be included as an activity envelope. It was part of what was denied because it was an activity envelope in a red zone. But then the use proposed for that was the OWTS.
So then you have more or less a right angle there between the red zone and the blue zone, right? How do you get right angles in avalanche paths?
You'd have to refer back to Hal Hartman's avalanche report that walked through, his avalanche analysis.
And that was his analysis came up with a right angle defining a red zone and a blue zone.
Now, his maps were more U-shape.
But usually, it seems to me that, I mean, just that avalanche is defined by the topography, and topography usually doesn't come in right angles. That's,
Right, yeah, his maps, because he had color maps, if you recall, and they were really sort of more U-shapes, and he designated areas that he classified as blue or red.
And that is,
Yeah, sort of more like that.
and you can see, just lost my pen, but
yeah, it's just.
the cabin is there.
Yeah.
It defies logic.
I don't know if there's another
No.
topography coming the other way, you know, if that.
It's just, I just found it, it seemed arbitrary, but maybe it is.
Yeah, it just comes up and makes a quick right-hand turn.
George?
So, I guess a question for Suzanne or Grafton. So, the applicant has the opportunity to mitigate by all these different requirements, or the applicant could request TDR just to extinguish any building rights?
It's a rural remote site, so it is eligible for one TDR.
Yeah.
Rachel? And then Patty.
Yeah, thanks. And I was just wondering, Suzanne, if you could just recap perhaps what this resolution would grant the applicant in terms of abilities to move forward with development. What does this give them?
This is just approval of an activity envelope. The draft resolution does include a vested right associated with that approval, a 3-year vested right. So the next step would be to submit for a site plan, presumably within that 3-year period. And the site plan review would, again, address all of these specific things, including specific avalanche mitigation. You know, what will that?
Construction techniques on the cabin itself.
Everything, you know.
And then because of the rural and remote zoning, what would the size of the cabin be limited to?
1,000 square feet, plus there's a little bit of square footage for a mechanical structure, but the basic cabin would be 1,000 square feet.
And no extension of utilities or?
Correct. There's no request for that. I mean, that's a special review request. It would have to, you know, that would be a separate.
I asked for that because I think that given that we know that when there's difficult locations for on-site wastewater treatment systems, people often choose the more advanced mechanical systems, but they require power and electricity to run them. And so I just think that when we go to that next step, the adequacy of the power source for the wastewater treatment system needs to be carefully looked at, if that's the type of system they're able to do. But it is a much more limited activity envelope now, where they're going to have to fit their various components. And that is defined by this resolution. Okay, thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, we talked about this at the first hearing, about the occupancy of that existing cabin, and we weren't sure if there was a squatter in that cabin, and we were concerned about avalanche issues. Is that cabin vacated? It needs to be.
I don't have any direct knowledge whether there's someone in it or not. There has been people, and whether they're going to be in this winter, I don't know. It's not on a lease. It's kind of a strange thing in that I don't think there's a lease on that
Well, there
parcel.
shouldn't be, it's an illegal structure.
No, I just don't know.
Yeah, so we need to make sure, because of safety issues, we're aware of an illegal structure, we're aware of avalanche concerns that have not been mitigated, and whether or not there's a lease, whether it's legally leased or squatter leased, no one should be able to live. I hate to throw somebody out of an affordable quote-unquote housing unit, but I'm concerned about public safety again, and I don't want there to be an issue that comes back to the county saying, why did you allow someone to live there in an illegal dwelling, and you knew about it. So we need to be sure that nobody's living in that place for the winter. Or until and it's going to be taken down in July 2016, so it's an illegal use and should not be allowed to be inhabited. I hate to throw somebody out, but I don't want to take the risk of an avalanche issue in the interim. Okay.
And Grafton, do you want to do a presentation on anything?
Well, actually, I
here?
reviewed Suzanne. I think she did a fairly thorough job, and I'll just keep it brief and say there's nothing in there that we can't live with. So, yeah, the only thing I would say is that the avalanche model is a continually maturing thing, and if someone, when they come around to doing a site plan and they do, and they revisit the modeling on this, and some of these lines might change, then, you know, we would look to be able to present that to staff and to the BOCC as part of the mitigation, because the mitigation is dependent upon perceived pressures. And obviously, if your calculated pressures at a certain point are less and are different modeling or under an improved modeling, then the mitigations would be less also. So I think that that's the only thing I would say, is that I think as far as Suzanne, the rationale for that they gave for the septic makes sense. It had to do with soil compaction. And like I say, we just leave the option available on the table that if we get improved modeling that changes the lines somewhat, that we'll be able to use those. So.
Okay.
Entertain a motion.
Let's see, we'd need a motion for accepting the takings remediation.
I'll make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners finding a taking and remediating the taking for the Lorna Laux revocable trust.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded to approve the resolution. Any further discussion?
Well, I do want to make an amendment to the date.
Did you want specified the cabin shall not be occupied?
Yes, I would like to add that too. So that's my amended motion.
It's acceptable for the second.
Okay.
Thanks, Lance.
You have that, Jeanette? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thanks,
Okay,
Captain.
unanimous?
Happy
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
You too.
I was hoping I didn't have to pull this out. I almost knew it.
And our last land use action is the Regan Lot 3 Stillwater request to remove the EDU deed restriction.
Digged in there.
Oh, yeah, he just showed it to me.
He did a good job.
Welcome back, Mitch Haas.
See everyone?
Did you change it from yesterday? I brought mine, I saved mine. It's good, well done.
I guess we'll
Quickly here.
Okay, so we're back. What, were we here a few weeks ago, a month ago? The request is to eliminate an employee dwelling unit that is deed restricted at a property out at Stillwater subdivision, to retain that unit as a caretaker dwelling unit, and to pay an in lieu fee to provide the mitigation. The applicant has proposed to pay $250,000, which is the 1994, so going back to when the EDU was first required, the 1994 fee in lieu adjusted to 2015 by CPI plus 29%. The on-site unit would be maintained as a CDU.
Okay, Suzanne, that confused me, this CPI, the whole math of that. If we could get more figures.
I'm going to let the applicants speak to that one because it's not my math.
So we could come to that later then, maybe bring that back.
Yeah, and maybe John can be helpful there too, because like I said, it's definitely not my language. So anyway, they've provided the comparisons for the other two units that paid in lieu fees for their units back in time, 2004 and I guess 2008 when the second payment was made. They've also provided the comparison with the current affordable housing impact fee under today's standard, which would be $69,366. The current APSHA fee, which we had previously presented to you for a one-bedroom Category 1 unit, is $516,384.75. So again, I think we were just trying to bring back information to provide some comparisons. And then John Peacock provided the memo that you had asked for some comparison of the county's purchases of units, costs, and the subsidies for those. So that was provided after the packet came out, but was also given to the applicant yesterday. So they're aware of those numbers too. So I think at this point, I probably don't have a whole lot to add to the discussion, but maybe everyone else does.
George?
Suzanne, I note on the resolution, on item number 8, it says the BOCC finds that it's not appropriate to allow a buy-down as an alternative due to concerns raised by APSHA, but I thought the last time the applicant was before us, we offered that as an option, at least for us to look at, based on our criteria.
Maybe. I mean, again, I did not change the resolution at all from the last time we met on this, other than, I think, to change the date. Since really no specific direction was given related to the resolution, it was more requesting more information.
Okay.
So that's just a holdover.
Can I take under that real quick, Michael?
Sure.
We did leave it up to the applicant to go out and look for. We did not want to close that door. We said to the applicant, go for it. If you want to look for and find one that's acceptable, that doesn't have covenants that are going to impinge upon the ability of an affordable housing unit dweller to dwell in that building. So we did leave that door open.
Michael?
John Ely, the discussion has been concerning lots of figures presented by the applicant, some sort of inflator, and we've presented figures from APSHA. We have some new figures. I'm not quite sure what the source is, but we have new figures. So what is our discussion about here? Are there any absolutes here, or is this entirely discretionary?
Well, it's never really the latter. But
It's never really the latter, really?
entirely discretionary is a tough one. It's the brass ring of legal.
Somewhat discretionary?
Somewhat discretionary.
So where's the absolute in this discussion?
Well, the absolute is the mitigation requirement and the number of FTEs. That is fairly set. And if that mitigation is provided other than the payment of what's typically referred to as in lieu fee, although it is a direct impact fee that has to be paid to the county, then we can judge more easily that the number of FTEs generated are now provided for. Fairly straightforward. To accomplish the calculus of what number we're finally arriving at, will take a little bit of math. The parameters are, first, the impact fee in effect at the time that the county was imposing a calculated fee against the property as it was developed and generating the impact that has to be dealt with, versus other real costs as presented by the applicant to try to adjust that number. And then the other components, of course, APSHA's dedicated fee, which is defined more precisely, but still has to be translated to what we can legally impose against the property.
So we're still left with a large margin between these figures.
There's definitely a margin.
Okay, Suzanne, do you have more?
I really don't.
Okay, Mitch?
Yeah, I could jump in. I wasn't sure if maybe, obviously, as the commissioners, you're the boss, but I thought maybe we might want to hear John talk a little, explain the numbers and memo he provided, or if not, I'm happy to go in, but.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Michael. I see different figures, and I don't see where APSHA comes up with their $516,384 from the APSHA memo, unless I'm reading it wrong, but then there's Aspen area estimate.
That's our memo.
That's the guideline, that's the affordable housing guidelines.
Correct.
That's for 1.75 FTEs, category 1, under the current affordable housing
Maybe I
guidelines.
should, does anyone need a copy of that
Memo?
memo that we talked about yesterday?
I could use one, unless you can send it to me electronically.
I can do that, and whether I can do that and talk about it at the same time.
Here, let's
we'll
pass
find
it
out.
around.
I'll
I
send it
know
to
you
the
don't like
printer.
pictures. Do you need one?
one?
I've got mine from yesterday.
I've got one
I've
also,
got mine, but here, this is one for
unless there's a new one.
Michael. And you
If
have
it's
the
not
APSHA
new.
guideline one too, Steve? This one with a little APSHA picture on top?
Yeah, I have that.
I guess, yeah, and starting out, I think as Michael's pointing out, there's a lot of ways to look at this. And the way that, I see this breaking down is what we're really talking about is, to a certain degree, time value of money. And so when you're talking about time value of money today, because of inflationary pressures, is worth less than money from previous years. And so when you're trying to figure out what the time value of money is over time, you try and figure out what is the discount rate. How would you calculate that difference in value over time? And the discussion always centers around, and I think Mitch did a good job laying this out in his memo, it really centers around what discount rate do you use? How do you figure out how much, something should inflate over time? You could use Denver Boulder CPI, which I'm assuming is what you guys probably use. I don't know what CPI calculation actually the applicant used, but we can get into that in a second. You could also try and figure out what real estate prices have changed, and that seems to be the historical debate that's happened at the table. What the board asked for last time we were here, and I think to the point that you're raising, Steve, where did the numbers come from? What the board asked for is for us to take a look at what are the projects we've done in the recent past, and if we were to bring that back to a category 1 single bedroom subsidy, what would that gap look like? What would the subsidy from the county look like? So it doesn't relate to the APSHA numbers. I think the APSHA numbers are really around estimates for construction and such, and so that was a different exercise. And I think the APSHA fee in lieu is an accurate number for the Aspen area, and new construction may even be a little low itself, depending where you're at. But when we take a look at what the county's done recently, that's where this memo came in. And it all depends where you want to look at mitigation taking place. As you know, if we're building in and around the Aspen area, we could expect the cost to be higher. That's borne out by our recent purchases. If you're going all the way, down to basalt or snowmass, there's going to be some differential. In this case, the unit is in Stillwater, so it'll probably be closer to the Aspen area. And so what we did was first we looked at the APSHA guidelines. The APSHA guidelines do establish, I think, 2 relevant factors for this. One is what the maximum sales price for a 1-bedroom category 1 unit is, and that's $51,200. You also have a minimum square footage requirement that did not exist in 1994 or 2004. That I believe those were redone in the 2015 update. But if you're looking at it today, there's a 700 square foot minimum. What we did then was we took our recent 1-bedroom, our recent purchases, broken down by the Aspen and basalt areas, and we developed a per square foot price. And we escalated, we used a 4% inflator. That's probably pretty conservative for real estate over the past few years in the Aspen area. But we used a 4% inflator to kind of bring that per square foot price based on our purchase prices up to today, and we took an average of that. We gave it a plus or minus, so we established that based on our purchases, we would have a range of $604 to $668 a square foot, okay, for those single bedroom units in the Aspen area. We then applied the minimum square footage, 700 square feet, to that. Okay, so in the Aspen area, that would mean we would be estimating based on our previous purchases that to get a new single bedroom unit would be $445,000, plus or minus 5% gives you the range of $422,000 to $467,000. To determine the amount of subsidy, if this were to come in, we then took out the $51,200, which would be the maximum owner contribution for a Category 1 unit, which gave us a subsidy level today of $371 to $416 to fully subsidize a Category 1 purchase unit at the current 700 square foot minimum. Okay, and that's just based on our recent purchases and such. Could we go out and buy one for this? Maybe, maybe not. We have had purchases that fall within this range recently, so I think that would be a possibility. This doesn't address what this addresses is it gives you some idea in the Aspen area or in Basalt. Do the same analysis, it's much less. That subsidy drops down to the 150 to 166 range. So you need to decide what area you want to look at, and that would be basically the subsidy. This does not address, I think, the applicant's concern, which is really going to be more about an equity issue, that had they been able to give a fee in lieu back in 2004 or 1994, you know, the value of their money may not have appreciated with real estate. It may be tied to a CPI number, whether that be Denver Boulder or national CPI. The applicant would have to answer. So it's a different basis, but I think the information the board asked for is what does a subsidy look like for a one bedroom based on our recent purchases and such. This is what it looks like by area. Does that make sense?
Michael? So, Mitch, do you agree with that analysis that John just gave?
Yeah, for the most part, yes. And we took those numbers, and it was a great start and very helpful, and tried to apply them, make it an apples to apples comparison, and I'll walk you through that. And I think we've had a pretty good convergence of numbers from all of these different ways that seem to show a pretty small range that we're talking about in between as what should be fair and reasonable for today, based on all of it, the CPI, all of John's analysis, you name it. The only outliers are the current county impact fee of $69,000, which we're not going to suggest is what we should be doing here, and the housing office's recommendation of $517,000. Those are the two far extreme outliers. Everything else seems to come together pretty tightly. And I'm glad to walk through that if this is the time.
Do you think you could start with the figure and then?
Yeah, I mean, really what I've found is between the CPI and all of the numbers that come out of John's memo converted to FTEs housed, tells us that we're somewhere between $246,400 and $261,400. I was surprised that it all converged quite so nicely, but that's the way the math works. Numbers don't lie. So
You know, as I said, to begin with, the current county fee in lieu, if that were applicable, is only 69,000 and change. We're not suggesting that, but it seemed, I don't know, maybe you want to raise your fees, I don't know.
Could we define that? That would be if someone is building a 10,220 square foot house today.
Right.
Without a CDU or an EDU or anything attached.
Exactly.
Then they would pay, that's their impact fee, they would have to pay that, which would go into our housing fund.
It's right there.
Just to help pay for, the employees would have to be, to maintain the house, basically.
Right. So, you know, we were asked to look at that, so just provided the math. Again, we're by no means arguing that we should be down that low, or anything even close to that. We've been striving from the beginning to come up with something fair and reasonable, not something that my client can, you know, run away saying he got a bargain. And that's not the goal. So, you know, we also look back because we were asked to at the 2004 approval. It's really difficult to ascertain exactly where those numbers came from. There's very little on the record, but the best we could do was go through the meeting minutes from the county commissioners' hearings. And you know, what we found, it was sort of interesting that indeed the first time, there's been 3 residential lots that are still in Pickens County in the Stillwater Ranch subdivision. The first one paid a fee in lieu based on 1994 indexed by CPI. Now, how did we calculate our CPI? Based on national statistics. You go on the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics website and they have a CPI calculator. All you do is plug in the amount from 1994 and say, what is it today? And it pops out a number. Exactly how the calculation is done, I didn't even bother trying to figure out. I just plugged in different numbers and they kept matching up with other old ones and then the new one. And that's where we came out at a number and said the most recent person to do this added 25%. We'll throw 29% just to make it a nice even number, and that's where we came up with the $250,000 number. So that's where that came from with the CPI then.
Can I make a comment? Ironically, if you take John Peacock's memo and you subtract 166 from 416, you come up with 250.
166 from 460.
Could you say that again, Patty?
Yeah. Unless my new calculator on my phone is wrong.
Oh, these two.
No, if you run it between Basalt and Aspen.
Yeah, if you run it between Basalt and Aspen, it comes to 250.
That's interesting too. I hadn't even run that one.
I thought that's where you were going to go.
No, I haven't even run that one, but that's somehow they're all coming in right in the same little ballpark. So, you know, we looked at it and we said, all right, that was the first lot in Stillwater. There was just 1994 indexed by CPI. Then came Lot 4 with Bocc. He made a bunch of arguments as to reliance on that past approval. There was a motion at the county commissioner table then in 2004 to say, today it's more expensive, CPI doesn't do justice for what it actually costs to do these things. If you went and bought us a unit back then at North 40, you'd have to spend $300,000. There was a motion to say make it $300,000. There was no second. The motion failed and died. Instead, the offer then from Mr. Bocc was, how about we just do the CPI and I'll add 25% essentially, and he came up with his number. That motion passed and was accepted with the condition that he also take his unit and make it a caretaker unit, not an EDU, which happens to be what our client wants to do. He wants to keep the unit, just wants to change the deed restriction from an EDU to a CDU and pay the cash in lieu. Now, that leads us to what's the cash in lieu. So, you know, I looked at that and said, all right, had it been done once, we'd say, all right, maybe it was a mistake, it was a one-off decision, it's not a precedent. It's done twice, that's a precedent. You know, we're not trying to say you're held to that precedent. I'm not here making some legal argument or some demand, but there's some realistic reliance on the fact that it was done twice. At any rate,
that's where we came to. It said, all right, 1994 indexed using the federal numbers with CPI got us to a number in the 230,000s or 240,000s. We added 29% to whatever it was, like I said, and came up with a nice round number and said, call it $250,000, and we'll leave it as a CDU. So that's the background of where all these old numbers have come from. Now we've looked at John's memo, which, like I said, is great, and we really appreciate it, and this is tremendously helpful. But we felt like we had to convert it, because some of these are 3-bedroom units, and we're talking about having to house 1.75 employees. Even the 2-bedroom units under the housing guidelines, those house 2.25 employees. So just mathematically, not playing with the numbers, but adjusting them appropriately is what I thought. Yeah, I want to point out that our EDU that we're replacing is 585 square feet, not 700. I realize if you were building a new one today, and you as a county felt like you had to adhere to the housing guidelines, you would make it 700 square feet. If the county wanted to go buy a unit and say it's a 1-bedroom unit, we're going to deed restrict it, and it happens to be 585 square feet, you could do that. You wouldn't have to make it 700 square feet. There was some discussion last time about this unit's over here in Aspen. You know, my thinking on that, whether it matters or not, just to throw it out there anyway, is the specific location in Pitkin County is not at all related to the county's code requirements for mitigation. It's not at all related to APSHA's housing guidelines for what a cash in lieu amount is. We're not at the city council. This is not a City of Aspen hearing. So to me, it's who's to say a Pitkin County employee won't be in Basalt, won't be in Snowmass Village, won't be in Redstone. We don't know. But at any rate, we're using these numbers and going off of John's numbers, which is fine. There's 4 properties in Aspen, 3 in Basalt. So the averages that I'm trying to work with are all weighted towards Aspen anyway. So moving on from there, what I did is with table 1 that John had prepared, I took the 2 projected values and just said if we average them, we're talking the average projected cost to build a 700 square foot 1-bedroom unit is $276,400. Where, like I said, foregoing the whole argument that we should adjust that down to 585 square feet that we're replacing. Fine, we'll accept 700 square feet and go move from there. Now, the table 2, this one took a little more working with because, again, this is 3-bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units. So what I tried to do is convert it all to the number of FTEs housed, using the guidelines, the housing APSHA guidelines numbers as to how many employees are housed in each type of unit. So so that I can then take that number and say it was this much money per employee housed, multiply it by 1.75 because we're replacing a 1-bedroom unit, and therefore get an apples to apples comparison. What I found here was the average the average purchase amount, or here you go, the average estimated market value. I went with the highest numbers, which was again, being really conservative here. The estimated average market value for these per FTE worked out to $297,600 and change. And then if you subtract out the money the county is going to recoup by selling it at a Category 1 rate for $51,200. What we found is the average market value or cost to the county today as adjusted via appreciation at 4%, which again, the housing guidelines, all deed restricted units are essentially capped appreciation between 3% and 4% anyway. So it makes sense, and 4% seems pretty conservative actually in that respect. What we found is the average estimated value here is $246,416.55. And that's again for the purchase of a 1-bedroom deed restricted unit, weighted towards Aspen because we have 4 Aspen examples and 3 Basalt. So I looked at it and said, all right,
the projected cost to build on average was $276,400. The projected cost to buy on average, adjusted to today, was $246,000. So it seems to me a fair and reasonable fee in lieu would be between those two numbers, between $246,400 and $276,400. The average of those two, if we wanted to be real precise, $261,408. My client would be fine with jumping from the 250 to this average, or anywhere in that range, really. We're not trying to drive a hard demand, but I think, you know, again, we've used our numbers, we've used CPI numbers, we've used precedent, we've used John's numbers, and it's all coming in right between 246 and 276. And I think that's a fair and reasonable number, and it will remain a caretaker unit.
George?
I want to ask John if you agree with that scenario, but before you do that, I came up with even a simpler way. I used your number, Mitch, 250,000. I used APSHA's number, which is 516,000. When I averaged that out, I came with 383,000, which falls within what we would look at as a range from our Aspen area estimated category, 1 bedroom, 1 bath versus subsidy. So I came up with 383,000. If you want to keep it simple.
Well,
But then I want to ask John, it's just in terms of listening to Mitch's mathematics.
Well, I'm going to use the Cheshire Cat answer. It kind of depends where you want to be. If the replacement is going to be, you know, if you want the replacement to be in the Aspen area, it's probably low. If it's within Picking County, which I think is, you know, what Mitch is arguing, it could be, you know, we have such a broad variation between basalt and the Aspen area or snow mass. If we're looking at it from a county-wide perspective, it's pretty similar to where my analysis came out, but it really depends if the board wants to put a stake in the ground as to where this replacement should be taking place. You have a unit currently in the Aspen area. If you think the replacement needs to be in the Aspen area, it's probably a different analysis than anywhere in the county. And so, George, that's not really an answer, but I think it helps to know, and one of the reasons I didn't come up with the recommendation, I didn't know the answer to where the board would see that replacement being.
Michael and then Rachel.
Yeah, the math is interesting. There's so many different conclusions you can come up with. I came up with my own conclusion. So I took all the 1-bedroom Aspen units and averaged them, and it comes out to $368,000. So you know, it's in the you subtract $51,000. That's what we're going to do. It comes up over $300,000. So, and that seems fairly reasonable, I think, just as your client thinks his figures are reasonable. But the fact of the matter is, it's up to you to make us think we've got a great figure, and I just don't feel it yet.
The one number I can't figure out, honestly, is the one in the county, in the housing guidelines. It doesn't make sense with any of these numbers, but that's a whole different discussion. You know, if I did the average estimated market value today of just the Aspen ones from Table 2 in John's memo, that comes out to $304,000 and change.
Rachel?
Thank you, Steve. You know, this is a really difficult one in a certain sense if we want to make it more difficult, and then it's perhaps easier if we look at it another way. I have a little problem with the math of saying, well, subtract the $51,000 for selling the unit, because it might be a rental unit, and then there really wouldn't be that chance to recoup that $51,000 in any sort of timely fashion, and so I have a problem with that equation. I have a problem with our current affordable housing impact fee, and I think that if anything, this exercise we've had to go through adds far more urgency to us taking a hard look at that and changing it in our codes. And it was something we were looking at before, then the recession kicked in. We had hundreds of people with building permits already who chose not to pull them because the economy was so down, and so we did not raise it at that time to be something more reflective of the true cost, but I think that is definitely now time. I think we've maybe fallen down by not asking APCHA to have two standards. So one is the immediate Aspen area, and the other is not the immediate Aspen area. It is Aspen-Pitkin County Housing Authority, but so much of their efforts and research is focused around the immediate Aspen area that we're kind of left without the guidance that might be more appropriate for this situation. So I see a lot of kind of problem areas, and so we're trying to construct a solid foundation, a solid house on a pretty bad foundation of information. And so from all that, I need to come back to, for me, an equity and fairness type of issue and question. I think everyone knows I'm an affordable housing advocate. We don't have quite the resources that the city used to have to work for things, but I am loath to let a dollar or an opportunity go by, you know, but I also can't use that desire for more housing and housing funds to overturn my desire for equity and fairness. And when I look at this, I see somewhat of a one-off subdivision, that this is the last lot that has not been able to shed that requirement. I have no idea what the history was in the county that went from, oh, we're going to require everyone to have employee housing units, and now, oh, we're going to eliminate them out of the code, and we only have caretaker units, and all these people have things in their approvals that we don't even have sanction for in our code anymore. I also have to look at what was charged in the past to the other two lots. And, you know, to go further to say, well, what is our cost today of creating a unit? I'd love to use that standard, but that was not the standard used in the past two decisions in this one subdivision for this one remaining lot. And so I am inclined to accept the 261.4 number and move on from there and make the type of corrective improvements to our existing code and to the APCHA guidelines that I discussed earlier. And so that's where I come down on this, guys. We could argue it up and down for another 10,000 here or 20,000 there or something, but I have a hard time finding an equitable basis for that other than we want more housing dollars. And you know, that's a good cause, but it's not enough for me to make a decision based off it.
Suzanne, one question I have that perhaps you could answer. They're going to leave the CDU there. The CDU could very likely be used for, you know, an actual caretaker living there, so a local resident who would most likely be a lower income. They might use it for family guest room also, but is there any way to assign a value to the community for a CDU in terms of the housing it provides?
I mean, we have not, for purposes of mitigation, it's always been very clear that a CDU does not mitigate when mitigation is required because it's not required to be rented. Mm-hmm. So it's, you know, a lot of them get used, and that's a great, you know, benefit to the community, but because they're not required to be, you know, they don't factor into that mitigation equation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for the sake of just trying to move this forward, I would make a motion to approve the request to eliminate the employee dwelling unit restriction and special review for a caretaker unit with the mitigation dollars to be at $262,000. Get an even number.
Probably easier. Is there a second from anybody?
I'll second it for purpose of discussion. I would rather see it maintained and utilized as an EDU with rental, I mean with use that's, you know, per APCHA. which was, kind of here nor there over the last X amount of years. I think it's a great location for that. But in light of the precedent setting, even though I'm not sure, too kind of leans towards precedent setting. I can support this. I understand the position of the other two commissioners who are more in the $300,000 range, but we all did come to our numbers differently, ironically. There's probably 5 different processes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 processes that we use. So I'm going to support Rachel's motion.
George?
So, we're looking at the idea of a replacement. And I think that, for me, that replacement should look at the Aspen area versus a Down Valley area. Because if we already have an employee in the Aspen area, why would we want to replace that unit and have that person have to find housing in Basalt? So for me, we should be looking at the Aspen area. Again, given what we know, what we've found for affordable housing for replacements or just to generate, those numbers are substantially higher than 262. It's more than $10,000. It's more than $20,000 that we're arguing about. It's $100,000. It's substantial. And so if we want to try to replace that unit that we're losing, it's going to cost us substantially more than $262,000. In terms of the precedent, there was acknowledged back in whenever that was, 2004, that the original number was $300,000 back then. And so for whatever reason, the majority of the commissioners at that time accepted a lower amount based on, it sounded like based on a request from the applicant. So I'm not holding to a precedent because that number was thrown out similar to what we're doing. We're just kind of throwing out numbers at the time that we're trying to find out what would be fair and reasonable to be able to replace a housing unit. And for me, the 262 is not a reasonable number to be able to replace that unit. For me, it's not even a question of $10,000 or $20,000. It's over $300,000. Coincidentally, Michael and my numbers are pretty close. So,
Michael?
Yeah, the reason they're close is because, I chose 1-bedroom replacement units and actual cost, right? That's what John gave us, was an actual cost of these 1-bedrooms in Aspen. And they're all under 700 square foot. It's not like, they're much closer to the size that Mitch is talking about. One of them is 581, one is 624, and one is 685. So they're all, and it comes out to an average. And this is just average. It's hard to buy something at an average cost, but it's just an average of 368. So it's hard for me. I agree with George. There's a substantial difference there. It's not arbitrary, and it's based on something real here. So I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable with the 262 proposal. I'm comfortable with something over $300,000.
Rachel?
Yeah, I'll listen to other proposed motions and see if we can get a board agreement. And I can see clearly the logic of your arguments. That's not a challenge for me. I'm seeing other arguments clearly as well. And I have a very hard time with the fact that if that's the replacement and our mitigation that we're currently asking, a new 10,222 square foot home could come in and their fee would be $70,000. And that would be their entire housing mitigation, regardless of whether it's in Aspen or Down Valley or whatever. And then saying, but this one, because it was caught back then with older codes, somewhere in between a county that changed up its own codes in terms of what it's requiring or what it even allows. If we were promoting this all forward to today, and these guys were coming in as a new project, they wouldn't even be allowed to build an employee housing unit. And so that's why I have a hard time saying these codes of today, these costs of today apply when we're dealing with something from so long ago, and our own codes aren't even consistent with that type of cost. And I just feel we're doing a little bit of gotcha with these guys, and it's just not equitable. It's not fair. Again, that's just how I'm trying to look at it. Would I rather see more money? Sure. These guys want to offer more money and try to get a more unanimous vote, fine. But I just have a hard time. To me, those numbers are just as similar to APSHA saying it's 565. And that's the bottom line number now. We talked about even before with our own mitigation fee, and that was part of the discussions before we backed off on putting it higher, was that, well, look, this would be the true cost. So we'll put that up there, and that will be the true cost. But then you guys will make the decision as to whether you charge 50% or 75% of the true cost. No one was ever talking about it would be a mitigation fee that would be 100% of the true cost. So again, I'm just trying to simplify it for myself, but I can't grasp onto one of these new numbers when there's all this old baggage behind the project. And I just don't see a good foundation for it. But, you know, we could take a vote on that motion, and then, or you could propose an alternate motion, and we'll see where it goes.
Bart, do you want to make, and maybe if you come up here by the mic and then...
Sure. I just wanted to point something out.
And state and identify yourself for the record.
Bart Johnson. I don't think you guys are as far apart as $100,000, because I think you're talking maybe not apples to apples, because I think Rachel's number would take into account, at least I heard it explained, the $51,000 amount that you could get for selling the unit at the price of a Category 1 unit. And I think, Michael, your number is a gross number, and if you take out that $51,000, you're down around $320 or so in rough numbers. And George, I'm not sure exactly. I think your number was just you were just splitting the baby between those two numbers.
Just to get an idea. Right.
But I think if you took into account the $51,000 that the county gets back, assuming it sells it, or Rachel, to your point, if you are renting it,
You recoup it over time.
yeah, and you take that back to present value, that's probably around $50,000. I didn't run the math, but you take $1,000 a month in rent for 20 years and take it back to...
It's a 50-50 because you put so much more into capital maintenance because you own the unit.
Yeah.
So you don't get it.
there is- But I just wanted to point out that I don't think you guys are $100,000.
Right.
To the extent that helps.
Right, so...
But where are you? That's the important thing.
Well-
Are you in $300,000?
I mean, along those lines, before I answer that, you know, the discussions in the past, the $300,000 number in 2004 was Mick Ireland pulling a number out of the air and throwing it out there. He said, this is what it would cost if I wanted to do this at North
Nick
40.
wouldn't do that.
You know, and the discussion went nowhere. Everybody said, we understand that today it costs more to do this. We understand that the CPI doesn't adjust our, account for our real cost in replacing or this and that. No one was interested in that on the county commission at the time. They said that, you know, that went back to the CPI immediately. That was when the discussion immediately turned back to. The original deed restriction on this unit states that it can be released with approval of the commissioners. Never said we have to consider what it cost us to go replace the unit. Just if we want to release it, we have a hearing on it. The fee in lieu has always been where the discussion's gone. But it was never mandated that we have to replace this unit. You can just release the deed restriction. So, you know, I'm trying to be fair and reasonable. You know, I don't know what my client's top number is. I know he's saying 517 is absolutely crazy. That he could have, way back then, you know, part of the discussion in 2004 was you can't even build an EDU. Our code doesn't allow it anymore. So you have to pay a fee in lieu. So that's where you have to figure out what it was. Our client did it, built the EDU. Had he known that now we'd be talking about $517,000, he had said, absolutely, I would have paid the fee in lieu back then, and it would have been $220,000.
Nobody said 500.
You know.
The current discussion is not about 500.
But that's.
Right, I'm just saying, I don't know what his top
Current
end number is.
discussion between 262 and 368.
So what I would suggest is that, based on Bart's input, I come in at 313,600, so let's just say we round that up to 315, because you like whole numbers, Mitch.
Well, I could round down.
So
300 sounds like a really good.
You throw everything back at me, that's not what I'm
We do
saying.
have
So
a
that's
motion on the
that's what I
table.
would suggest, just.
Well, you might make it an alternate motion or a substitute
We
motion?
should,
Well,
early,
you
do we have
can't,
to vote on it?
I don't think you can make an alternate motion over a motion.
You have to vote on the motion, right?
You
Or
can make
withdraw
an
the
amendment
motion.
to my motion.
You can take a motion to amend.
Okay, well, I would make an amendment to Rachel's motion to look at the, what am I calling it?
The payment in lieu.
Payment in lieu, thank you, at $315,000.
I would second that.
315?
$315,000.
So that's the amendment, we have to then,
So then we vote on the amendment itself, and then you vote on the newly amended motion. So we would have a vote first on George's number, and then a vote on the motion as a main.
This would actually, we have discussion, wouldn't
Yeah, we have
Following-
discussion as
yeah.
necessary.
Bart, are you?
I'm really curious to see what Steve has to say.
So
I'm counting 5 members, and I know what 4 of them think.
The two motions are about 53,000 apart.
Well, it's
This map is really easy.
It's discussion amongst the board, it's not discussion with the applicant.
No, my discussion was to see this.
Okay, we have a motion to amend, motion and a second to amend. Is there further discussion on that? I personally would probably go for something higher than what Rachel suggested. But I'm looking at the fairness issue too, compared to what the other 2 houses there did. And this person actually built the EDU and made an honest effort to make it work, and he actually had it, had a person living there for some of the time,
That we know of.
which the other people just blew it off and got off on a lower, low amount. So taking the fairness issue one step further, I don't know that I could go to 315,000, but I could go to something perhaps higher than Rachel did,
Well,
or
for
than Rachel
discussion's
suggested.
sake, for discussion's sake, let me say that if this motion fails, I will make an amendment to bring it to 300,000.
Okay, so any further discussion on the motion? Michael?
There's sort of there's more fairness issues than the price of this unit. It seems to me the fairness is, how do we house an employee in Pekin County? Where do we put them? And is it fair to someone not to have that replacement money? That's another fairness issue. The reason the applicant had that unit was in his own self-interest, quite frankly, to house a teacher for his child. That wasn't, and that was presented by the applicant. That was in his own self-interest. That wasn't maybe incidentally beneficial to Pekin County, but it was primarily beneficial to the applicant himself. So we're now faced with a fairness issue of, how do we replace this unit? Can we do it? And George has suggested it. I think what is a fair, it's $40,000 below what an average price of a 1-bedroom unit that we have purchased. That seems fair. So that's where I stand.
Okay, and one thing I personally like George's approach to have this be centered more towards the Aspen area because that's where the existing EDU is, rather than taking an average of lower cost from Picken County.
But also, Steve, that EDU may be at Stillwater, but the tenant who could have qualified to be in there could have lived in Redstone. I mean, could have worked in Redstone.
Mhm.
So that's, because
Okay.
it's still Picken County.
That'll help and move things.
Mitch, I think we'll go ahead and vote on this, and then we could.
So we're voting on 315.
Were you about to take the 315, Mitch?
I was about to say, we're fine at 300.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on George's amendment motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed?
Nay. Okay.
And how did you vote, Steve? We didn't-
Nay, I voted nay.
Okay.
So
So
do
the
I-
original motion stands now, which was the 261, since the amendment failed.
262.
262. I would make a motion to amend my motion to 300,000.
And I will second that.
Okay, is there further discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, 5-0.
And now we vote on the main motion.
So now
Yes.
the
Because that
motion-
just amended it
So
up to
the main
300,000.
motion, we need the main motion has been made already.
Now, in the context of this motion, which is to follow the text of Suzanne's offered motion only with a substitute calculus and a figure, I would suggest putting a timeline onto the performance of the payment in lieu, so that it's not out there forever and you know whether this is going to be an enforceable EDU for occupancy or it's going to be changed and payment made.
So that-
Whatever you
Would you
think is
suggest a
reasonable.
timeline for that, John, within 90 calendar days?
Sure.
Payment shall be made within 90 calendar days. I would add that to my, the main motion, if that's acceptable.
And the
to
motion is
seconder.
now $300,000 within 90-day payment date.
We're good with that.
So are we amending the motion again, and we have to
Well-
vote on the motion amendment, or can we
Well,
just
you
vote on
amended
it?
the amount, and so now to... it's
This
okay.
was
clarify
a
that.
friendly amendment, so it doesn't require.
Okay.
Motion.
Pardon?
You're amending your first motion.
Yeah.
That.
Yes, it's a friendly amendment to the original main motion, and
And I'll
the main
second
motion
that.
has been amended to be 300,000
Okay, and that's with the 90-day,
timeline for
90-day
payment.
timeline, okay.
Good call.
Does everybody understand the motion then?
Yes.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 And is anybody opposed? Okay, 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. The good news is, this is the last lot in Stillwater. So
That's what I was saying.
Ah, shucks.
The bad news is we better start working on this.
Yeah, I think on our housing impact day.
Pointed out.
Okay, we have on our agenda open discussion. Are there any open discussion items, John?
Yeah, just note for the board, you'll see this in the news, but there looks like the federal government has a budget proposal. There are two items already that I've seen are of particular interest to us. One is full funding for PILT next year. And the other that we talked about a little bit during our budget process is they're proposing a 2-year delay in the excise tax for high-cost healthcare programs, the Cadillac
The Cadillac
tax.
car?
Yeah.
Oh, those are
Cadillac.
good things.
Those are things that will give us some breathing room, at least over the next couple of years. I don't know how that'll affect Affordable Care Act implementation, so I'll come on that, but just wanted to let you know, since we talked about both of those things at some length during our budget, that's the latest update. Otherwise, I don't have any other open discussion items.
Okay, Michael?
So, following this discussion of, how to arrive at these figures, do we need to direct staff to look at more of these charts?
I hope not. Now, well, we do have a proposed amendment. Yeah, we talked to the board a while back about our fee in lieu. And we do have a study that probably has more time and thought and analysis in it than the memo that you received today, which is really based on our recent purchases. I'm trying to remember the exact sequence of what happened with that discussion. I know we pulled
The
back.
most recent discussion occurred based upon a study that was done by APCHA before its previous director departed. We were trying to coordinate the actions of the city and the county and the housing authority altogether for a consistent approach. Following those events, that just didn't happen, and so we haven't moved forward. There is a study that was conducted that was commissioned by APCHA that is definitely reliable and definitely shows a much higher real cost employee housing generation fee, which would be a new per FTE mitigation number. The report that, or the study that was done, boy, I can't remember now how old it would be, but it's a number of years. I think that what I would do is I would go to that original consultant and ask for it to be updated to a point where it's reliable and consistent now. Then we'd bring it back for discussion with the BOCC and the P&Z and ask for its ratification. And then utilizing that study, we'd generate a new FTE and then ask for recommendations from the P&Z and then action from the BOCC to establish a new FTE and then determine, because that number is significantly higher than our current number, significantly, if the board wants to mitigate 100% of the impact or something less than that, to take it up in stages or take it up in all at once, or however the board feels it's appropriate to implement a new fee.
I mean, it seems to me, you know, Rachel brought up a good point, which is we have an Aspen area figure, we have a salt figure, we have a snowmass figure, and we need to account for that.
It's difficult to do that.
I know it is difficult to do that, but if you have, you know, there are costs associated, so our inclination has been go for the price lately, in terms of what we're using our housing impact fee for. But there are costs associated that we don't account for. So if somebody in Basalt and we purchase a place for them, they have to travel to Aspen. Typically, I don't know how much job generation is going on in Basalt or in that part of the county. Not much. Most of it's here. So the cost then, RAFTA says, well, wait a minute, we're running at the edge of our capacity here. So RAFTA pays something for that. So it's a complicated issue, and I think we have to, maybe we start with your program, but we do some more thinking about these various areas, how to account for it, how we want our growth to proceed, you know, where's it going to happen? We might actually end up buying all our housing in Garfield County. I don't know.
Haven't gone that way so far. That would be a different price dynamic.
Yeah, but you know, it's.
I know what you're saying.
But we're reaching, it seems to me we're reaching an upper limit, right? That's what that APCHA figure represents to everybody, is an upper.
The 500?
Yeah. So we can either say, yeah, we'll continue along that trend, and that's what we'll consider, or we'll think of some other alternative. But that incurs other expenses and other considerations. It's complicated.
I agree with you. I think we just need to get on our agenda for the first part of next year and start looking at it. And that's what I was referring to in my comments, that study a few years back had come up with, quote, what was the true cost at the time, but it was, you know, presented by saying that you will decide an appropriate percentage of that true cost to make your housing impact fee. And when that kind of hit the fan at the city side, looking at the same thing, and they said the true cost is this, and they didn't even get to saying, but we're only going to ask for 60% of it or whatever it was, before they just iced it and put it on hold, and then both efforts stopped. Yeah, that was kind of a rough description of what happened when Tom McCabe was still the housing director. So again, I think we need to get it on the table. We need to deal with it as appropriate for us in Pickens County and go from there. I had one or two other small.
Well, let me just comment on that. I mean, you know, the reaction is, I've got this cliff face in front of me, and you mean I have to climb that? And I think I'll stay down here. But we have a difficult summit to climb, and that's just the way it is. We're going to have to come up, and those summits have taken the form of entrance to Aspen, housing,
yeah.
the transportation. Those are real summits, and then if we have to decide we're going to surmount them. I don't know that we can make any other decision. That's all.
Two small things. One is I appreciate John updating us on the PILT budget. That should be voted on by Friday, I think, by the Feds, but it is fully included for 1 year. Certainly help with financing the new building. But the other item, which is very disappointing for us and for Western states, is the fire borrowing bill died. The components that would keep the Forest Service being stripped of their annual budget to pay for firefighting.
Is that Michael Bennett's?
There's a couple of different versions, but none of them made it into the final funding omnibus bill. And it looks like some version of Land and Water Conservation Fund, not the reauthorization of the program, but appropriations of some of the monies would occur for a one-time basis. So that's still an ongoing effort. The one thing I wanted to update the board on is that the Colorado County Inc.'s election of committee chairs and vice chairs for leadership will be at the end of January. And in general, the rule is you have to have the support of your board to put your name in so that they know you're going to show up and make all the meetings and so on. And I think others are aware that we were able, we saw a new budgeting process go into place for CCI this year for the public lands. It's a lower initial threshold of membership. Our membership in the past was 6,000. I can't remember now if it's going to be around 4,700, 4,800. But whoever is elected to chair, vice chair, or the 6 members of the traveling committee will pay their standard dues and then get reimbursed for roughly half of the traveling expenses, not the full traveling expenses they were in the past. This allowed everyone to still have an opportunity to participate, but they wanted to see, quote, more skin in the games for the counties on the traveling team. It's not going to net out to be exactly 6,000 now. Our dues are lower, but with us picking up the other half of the traveling expense, it will be a higher expenditure than it was in the past. So I wanted to let the board know I am intending to put my name in again for the public lands. I think the actual chairmanship is an open seat, and I will probably start at that level, and if that doesn't fly with the group, then put in my name for vice chair again. But I think it's important set of contacts that I've been able to develop and awareness of the federal issues on public lands, and would appreciate the board's support in pursuing that again at the end of January.
How many meetings is that a year?
There are 3 travel commitment meetings. May is the Western Interstate region, and this year it will be in Jackson, Wyoming. There is the annual conference in July, which I think is in Long Beach, California. And then there is the upcoming, rapidly upcoming DC legislative trip, which is middle of February.
Good. And so you would be going for CCI, is it, and then how does NACO, how does NACO play into that? Because then you also travel for NACO, don't you?
Well, those are the NACO trips.
That's what I thought, that you go through representing CCI.
Yeah. And I'm sorry if I didn't fully understand your question. The California, the standard Colorado are one meeting the end of this month, one in February. I think they have 2 in March and 1 in May for just what's ongoing state legislative matters. You know, that's just kind of standard CCI stuff. And then they have their spring and their winter conference.
No, I think we should continue.
Well, yeah, I would support you, Rachel.
No, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, that's all I have for today.
Yeah, and I'd put in a good word for Rachel. She is very active at CCI and does, is very well respected by commissioners on both sides of the aisle. So
Thanks for that, Steve. Appreciate it.
having you in that position is, I think, very important to stand up for the progressive county viewpoint on items.
Thank you. Well, and now, speaking of which, I hope to get down to the Thompson Divide Coalition meeting in Carbondale.
And you do have a car.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I have to go upstairs to find out what car number that was.
Okay, any other open discussion items? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
You must have a follow-up question.
something you needed
So
to-
moved. So moved.
George,
Second.
okay, all in favor of adjourning, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, everybody.